Showers are expected over Saturday and Sunday with highs of just 55 degrees Fahrenheit, whatever that is. Hail and thunderstorms also possible. Oh, blimey, when's it ever going to end? The wet conditions are set to last for the rest of next week.
Oh, no.
The reason is high pressure over Greenland, pushing the jet stream further south over the Atlantic, which, and I'm making this up now, probably means that the weather that we're getting is coming from the north, because the jet stream is like a wall, and when it's below us, we get the weather from up north, and when it's above us, we get the weather from the softer southerners. Is that about right? I believe that it is. So we're getting the weather from Iceland. Thanks a lot, Greta Thunberg.
No!
An expert said now the UK is not only on the cool side of the jet stream, but we're often in a dip of the jet stream known as the upper trough. And that means that when these low-pressure systems arrive, they get stuck over the UK, and the initial rain that they bring just degenerates into days and days and days of showers before the next low comes along to replace it. That's rain followed by more rain. Speaking of dips, by the way...
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Saturday is going to be cloudy with spells of rain and scattered showers spreading north-eastwards across the UK. Sunday is going to be brighter, sunny spells, cloud building, scattered showers developing. So we're going to get rain followed by slightly lighter rain.
Oh, fabulous.
On Sunday, that low is still in charge. Speaking about a low still in charge... The low is still in charge. It's going to be sunny spells and showers again with heavy downpours, hail, thunder, lightning. Very, very frightening me.
Rock and roll!
Highs of 15 degrees centigrade, feeling cool.
Groovy.
Not that kind of cool. Outlook from Sunday to Tuesday. Sunny spells, scattered showers, locally heavy with the risk of hail or thunder. Remaining rather cool. Would you like to hear the long-range weather forecast for the next 4 weeks?
No.
So for the rest of this month... Scattered showers, heavy at times, wintry in the north. Oh, wintry? Oh, you never want to hear that on a forecast that's, nudging summer. Wintry. You know, every year that goes by, we assume that every year is going to be like the last year. And last year was super fantastic. Do you remember? Oh, it was great. Plus, we were all locked in, so if you didn't have a garden, then it would have been an absolute nightmare on a stick. But if you did, it was glorious. And so you think, well, last year was like that. It's bound to be like this this year, yes? No. Blooming awful so far. Rubbish. So, the rest of this month, remaining changeable, sunshine and showers, heavy in places, risk of thunder, then rain, and strong winds in the south. so there goes May. Temperatures likely to be below average. Notably cool in the south, cold in the north. I am not completely satisfied with this weather. Now, June is when you start to freak out and think, well, it's not going to happen, is it? And I've been doing my podcast from a couple of years ago, the one that's called the Nick Abbott Habit, which are clips taken from old shows before Bill Gates had invented the virus. Thanks a lot, Bill Gates. See what you've done? And a couple of years ago, around about the end of June, we were all still complaining that the weather hadn't changed yet. So, this is the first week and a half of June. Are you ready? Good luck, everyone. Fingers crossed. The first week and a half of June, this is where it starts getting serious. If we don't see any good weather... more settled conditions as we move into early June. With more dry weather and sunshine. With this, we are likely to see a recovery in temperatures, too. A recovery in temperatures? We'll take it! Well, is this a coup, or am I hallucinating? Seems like a coup to me. I'll get into it in a minute. First of all, here's some rather suspiciously keen callers. First one in Camden. Nope, doesn't work. Neither of them work. Nope. Nope, doesn't work. Never mind. So it's just me for 3 hours. Should we start with... I don't know where to begin. It's... let's begin at the very beginning. It's a very good place to start. How about voter suppression? That's a good one. That'll get people all riled up on one side or the other. Well, if you don't vote the way we want, then you shouldn't be allowed to. Matt Hancock has dismissed claims that the new voter ID rules could disenfranchise some people. He's dismissed claims. Huh. Really? Oh, no. Why would anybody think that, apart from it being bloomin' obvious? Matt Hancock, who is the actual health secretary, can you believe that?
Yes.
Yeah, well, actually, what with everything that's happened, it is entirely believable. Matt Hancock, an actual grown-up, has dismissed claims that the new voter ID rules could disenfranchise some people, saying that the 6 cases of voter fraud detected at the last election is 6 too many. Civil liberties groups said, as with one voice... Yeah, freaking out they are. Civil liberties groups, electoral reformers and senior MPs on both sides of the Commons. What? Both sides of the Commons? Wow. On both sides of the Commons, MPs condemned government plans to introduce a requirement for voters to prove their identity before casting their ballot. Just saying, it's me, doesn't count. We just don't have a problem with this in this country. So why do you think that they're doing this? Why so keen? Well, you have to look over to America, where they've been doing this kind of thing. The evil Republican Party have been pulling this stunt for ages. Tory former Cabinet Minister David Davis, so great they almost named him twice, said it was an illiberal solution for a non-existent problem. Good use of words there, David Davis. As opposed to, emojis. People, you have to stop using emoticons or emojis, whatever you want to call them. Those little cartoon things that you put at the end of your email. Just stop it right now. I mean it. Just ask yourself this one question. Are you 12? If the answer to that is no, I am over 12, then you must cut it out right now. I mean it. David Davis said it was an illiberal solution for a non-existent problem. An estimated 3.5 million voters do not have photographic ID. And you might be asking, well, who are they? What is the demographic profile of those 3.5 million voters? Are they likely to vote Conservative?
No.
No. No, they aren't. Jess Garland, Director of Policy and Research at the Electoral Reform Society. Boy, they certainly have their work cut out for them, don't they? You've got to be working 24 hours a day. Always keep your eyes peeled, Jess. He said, voting is safe and secure in the UK, meaning this policy is just an unnecessary barrier to democratic participation. He said, ministers need to listen to these concerns and drop these costly plans. Well, I think you had the government at barrier to democratic participation. That's the part they like the best, as long as the barrier prevents the right sort of people from voting. And by right sort, I mean wrong sort. The young and the mostly poor. Mostly. Jess Garland, Director of Policy and Research at the Electoral Reform Society, said millions of people lack photo ID in this country. These proposals will make it harder to vote for huge numbers of voters. Yeah, I think that's the point, Jess. He says it will lock ordinary people out of our democracy and unfairly discriminate against those who lack ID. Yeah, that's why they're doing it. Once again, it's what would Donald Trump do? Every time this government does anything, just ask yourself, is it what Donald Trump would do? And mostly, the answer is yes. I mean, next they'll be complaining about big, massive dumps of votes that they found under a desk somewhere.
Dumps. They call them dumps. Big, massive dumps all over.
Huge, all over. He's still going on about that, by the way. I mean, talk about catering to the mouth breathers and the knuckle draggers, by which I mean the dingalings. He's still whining that he lost that election. Well, he cheated his face off and it still didn't work, so it must be mystifying to him. Yeah, that's what this government does. It's what would Donald Trump do? He'd do the worst, most self-serving thing imaginable and then boast about it on television, telling us it's for our own good. Like the giant, crooked baby tornado that he is.
Don't be rude.
Defending the plans on Sky News, Matt Hancock said that proposals... You'll love this bit. He said that proposals are about fairness. He is funny, no?
No.
Max Hardy said in 16 years as a criminal barrister... Who's Max Hardy? He's a criminal barrister. He said in 16 years as a criminal barrister, he has never done an electoral fraud voter impersonation case and doesn't know anyone who has. He said voter ID is a solution without a problem. Voter ID is a problem. That's what he said, a criminal barrister. But it's not a problem if you want to cement yourself in power by preventing those who would vote against you from going to the polls.
Correct.
Then it's a very, very smart idea indeed. I mean, it's pretty basic. I bet the next move, I betcha, that the next move will be to close down polling stations in areas that vote Labour. Anybody want to take that bet? I bet the next time we have a general election, they have discovered that there's far too many polling stations in wards that just coincidentally happen to vote Labour a lot. They'll say, for the benefit of the public, we're closing them and saving money, which we can use to, I don't know, buy a nurse dinner. They will close them down in Labour wards, I betcha, and open more in Conservative voting areas. Anybody want to take that bet? £5 on the nose. Anybody? You might as well tear that money up now. Lauren emailed in saying, nothing you can say will irritate me today. Well, now, wait a minute. Are you implying that things that I say are occasionally irritating, Lauren? Hello? She says, nothing you can say will irritate me today. I've had my hair cut for the first time in 2 years. I feel 3 heads lighter and so happy. You've had your hair cut for the first time you've had your hair cut for the first time in 2 years? Well, why'd you wait so long? We haven't been in lockdown for 2 years, have we? Did I fall asleep and a year went by? Well, it is like Groundhog Day. Every day does seem like a bloomin' same, so I wouldn't be remotely surprised if I had passed out and skipped a year. In fact, that sounds like a pretty good idea round about now. Who's with me? Let's take a vast amount of perfectly legal prescription chemicals and skip a year. What do you say? She feels 3 heads lighter and HAPPY-ness is all about. Howard says that wintry is preferable to wintry. Wintry. Wintry is preferable to wintry, according to several grammar websites. Don't know why. Wintry. Wintry. I don't care. Does it seem to you as though I care?
No.
Twickenham. Hello, Darryl.
Hello, Nick.
Wow, that's terrible. No, that's not working at all.
Over the past year.
Please stop talking. What the hell was that? What's going on here? Please, somebody explain it to me straight away, if not sooner. I'm begging you. So back to the voter suppression thing. This story that nobody apparently is remotely interested in and doesn't care one way or the other. I am stunned they're still getting away with it. How are they getting away with it? Sam Grant, head of policy and campaigns at Liberty, said, in a healthy democracy... Well, you could stop right there. He said, I mean, it doesn't really... it doesn't sort of look very much like a democracy, does it? Not really. I mean, if 44% of the public vote for a party which gives them 100% of the power, that's not very democratic, is it? Be honest. And if that party can stuff the body that is supposed to oversee them with their lackeys and people who owe them one, with their brothers, for crying out loud, family and friends, then that doesn't sound very democratic either. And if the head of state is put in that position by God, then what's democratic about that? Anyway, Sam Grant, head of policy and campaigns at Liberty, said, in a healthy democracy, everyone should have the right to vote. However, introduction of mandatory voter ID is a very real threat to this right. He says if you're young, if you're a person of colour, if you're disabled, trans, or if you don't have a fixed address, you're much less likely to have a valid photo ID and could therefore be shut off from voting. And by an incredible coincidence, if you're young, a person of colour, if you're disabled, trans, or you don't have a fixed address, you're far more likely to vote Labour than Conservative. Isn't that a stunning coincidence?
No.
I mean, they're saying the quiet part out loud. It's so blooming obvious. And then they go on television and say things like, oh, well, this is what the public want. You see, what the public really want is what I've just said. The public aren't remotely interested in investigations into our vaunting criminality. Goodness me, no. No, the public are much more interested in, look, a squirrel. Research by the Electoral Commission? No. The Electoral Commission found in 2015 about 3.5 million citizens, or 7.5% of the electorate, did not have access to any approved photo ID. 3.5 million citizens. 7.5% of the electorate. And I bet 99% of 7.5% don't have a photo ID and would vote to something other than Conservative. I betcha. I'm 110% sure that 99% of the 7.5% that don't have a photo ID would vote Labour. Sam Grant, head of policy and campaigns at Liberty, said, not the shop, said the Electoral Reform Society has also conducted research that found that during the government's May 2018 voter ID pilot, twice as many people were blocked from voting than there were cases of voter fraud in the preceding 7 years. Wow. It looks like a cunning wheeze to me. I mean, that speech, not that I saw the speech, because, I had more interesting things to do, like staring out the window or having a nap. But that speech was absolutely chock full of stuff that made it seem like a coup was happening here. Poor Elizabeth had to sit there and read it. Research by the Electoral Commission. Why is that hard to say? The Electrical Commission. But they also put in lamps. Oh, they do such good work, you wouldn't believe it. The Electoral Commission found in 2015 3.5 million citizens, 7.5% of the electorate, did not have access to any approved photo ID. This is what the Republicans are doing in America. And they're doing that, closing the voting booths thing. You know, the electoral booth things. You know, those plywood booths with a little pencil. Did you steal the pencil this time? You did, didn't you? You put it in the car, and you'll never, ever use it again. Am I right? Sam Grant, head of policy and campaigns at Liberty, said, the Electoral Reform Society has conducted research that found during the government's May 2018 voter ID pilot, twice as many people were blocked from voting than there were cases of voter fraud in the preceding 7 years. Well, so in other words, we ain't got no problem here. Those currently in power are grossly inflating the risk of electoral fraud as an excuse to usher in ever greater surveillance of the British public, said Sam Grant, head of policy and campaigns at Liberty. Voter ID is a solution in search of a problem. Correctamundo, Sam. Absolutely correct in every respect. Shall I try this again? Go on, put one down for me. We'll see what happens. Go on, I double dare you. Give me a selection. Woodstock, Nikolai.
Hello, yes.
Real life, an actual person on the end of the phone. How marvellous. Go ahead.
Yes, it's truly impeccable. So I would like to talk about one of the things you've mentioned in the beginning of the show, which was the Higher Education Freedom of Speech Bill, which I find to be...
Wait. I said the what now?
The Freedom of Speech Bill, that's going to basically prosecute universities if they oppress freedom of speech.
I don't think I did say that, but I was going to, but go ahead.
Yes. Well, I honestly think that this bill might actually do much more damage than benefit because, as was mentioned on Radio 4 by the universities minister, under this new law, the Holocaust denial, TOSH, that everybody spews nowadays, is going to be protected.
Well, I don't know what it's like where you live in Woodstock, Nikolai, but not everybody round where I live spews it.
Yes, but the thing is that it's going to be protected. It's going to be allowed.
Yeah.
Anti-Semitism now under this new law is going to be protected essentially.
Right. No, I think you're getting it wrong, Nikolai. What the government wants to protect are people who have views similar to their own.
True,
people who don't have views similar to their own, then they can be deplatformed, no problem at all. It's people who they agree with that they insist on being allowed a voice.
I can agree with that. Also, I have to say that the research on which this whole policy is based is incredibly misleading, and that was even admitted by the Vice Chancellor of Cardiff University. The whole research was conducted by a centre-right, right-wing policy tank, which is associated with the Conservatives.
Yeah.
So already not trustworthy.
Right. Well, that's
I'm actually going to be writing an article about this and publishing it on the Steeple Times. It's just, they really need to talk about this.
An article that you're going to be publishing in the Steeple Times, which I imagine is something to do with Oxford University, is it?
No, it's not Oxford University. It's more of it's an online publication. Basically, I write there about politics.
Right.
It's varied, but I write there about politics.
Okay. Well, that sounds great.
Yes. It is, yeah.
You show him, Nikolai. Thanks a lot. Evan texts, Nick, do you think that Boris wants to be a dictator? I wonder if he tried to get his supporters to storm Parliament. Yes and no, in that order, if that helps. Camden. Hello, Lawrence.
Hi, how are you?
Good, thanks.
Yeah, it's good to talk to you again. It's always good to talk to you, and thank you for taking my call.
Well, I appreciate you making your call.
Thank you.
Yeah, man. I mean, anyway, it's really good to talk to you because some weird things going on. But anyway, I got a little bit.
I bet.
I swear to God, I got a little bit depressed today. I got a little bit upset.
Who, you?
I went for a walk.
No.
Yeah, I did. And I went for a walk.
Yeah. In Camden? You went for a walk in Camden?
Oh, no. No, the whole thing is I've got to stop staying on the bridge. I grew up in Camden. I don't live here anymore. No, I swore if Boris Johnson got into power, I'd leave, and I did leave.
Yeah.
So I kind of come and go.
No, wait a minute. You swore that you'd leave Camden?
I swore I'd leave the country.
Oh, right. Where are you?
Madrid.
You're in Madrid?
Yeah, man.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's just, it's a better place. It's a nicer place.
Well, it's probably warmer. What's the weather there like?
Kind of hot.
Kind of hot?
Yeah, but it gets hot.
Well, I know that, yeah. I know it gets hot.
It gets kind of hot, but
are you saying that it is hot? Is that your position?
Right now?
Yeah.
Today?
Mm.
Yeah, it's hot.
Well, it's hot right at the moment.
It's not cold.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. You failed this test. I've just looked it up. Pretty chilly at the moment. It's about 17 degrees, going down to 13. But tomorrow, 28 degrees. Holy macaroni. Oh, my God, look at that weather forecast. You know, I've told you ours. Hey, Lawrence, I've got to go.
Allow me.
You're still speaking. I've got to go. Unless there was something.
Would you allow me?
Well,
Would you just allow me?
God, all right. Go on, then. Yes? Please. Yes, please.
I got upset this week.
Yes, you said that.
Yeah.
You got upset this week, right?
You know, these people are like bombing the hell out of each other and trying to kill each other.
I know. Well, why can't people just get along? If you're waiting for the outbreak of peace, it's never going to happen. Human beings do not run this planet because we're nice. We run the planet because we're the most nasty, vicious, violent things on planet Earth. That's why we're number one. We didn't negotiate our way to the top of the food chain. We killed anything that got in our way. And it's always going to be that way. Don't expect peace to break out anytime soon because there's too much money to be made from the opposite of that. Too much money and too many people, yelling for vengeance and et cetera and so on. So don't get depressed, Lawrence. Just go and have another walk in Camden. Would be a good idea. But Madrid looks fantastic. You know, I gave you the weather forecast for here. Raining and cold and wet. Oh, blimey, look at that. The next 2 weeks, there isn't a single day that is not perfect, brilliant, blue sky sunshine. In Madrid, the next 2 weeks. You know what it's going to be tomorrow? 28 degrees. I have no idea what that is, so I'm going to change my settings to Fahrenheit. One moment, please. Now, this is bound to upset me. 82? 82? Oh, no. How can it be 82 in Europe and only practically nothing at all here? Why do they get all the good weather? Madrid. What have they done to deserve it? Anyway, Lawrence, it's been an inspiration. Thanks a lot, mate. Cheer up. It might never oh, no, that's right. It already has. An email, did you ever identify your mystery bird? I had a beige bird with brown wings and long legs arrive in my garden. I tracked it down. Tawny pipit. Check it out. You tracked it down, as in... Right. Well, you put on some camouflage and tracked it down. Dispatched it with great vengeance. No, I didn't ever identify my mystery bird. Shall I describe it again?
No.
I spent about 3 weeks, for 3 hours per day, for about 3 weeks solid, describing this bird without any indication as to what it might be. It was quite white, tiny little thing, like about the size of a blue tit. God, I wish they were called something else.
Disgusting.
About the size of a blue tit. But it had legs that were at least twice as big, twice as long, if not 3 times as long as a blue tit. It looked ridiculous, frankly. It was a silly-looking thing. And if it didn't move quite so quickly, I would have explained that to it. Just scampered around on the ground, it did. And I saw it in 2 different places. I don't really want to go through this anymore because I'll just get, for the rest of this show, I'll get people, is it a sparrow? Did you think it might be an eagle? No, it was tiny and sort of white with very, very long legs, scampering around on concrete, not ground. Well, it is the ground, but, you know, it's concreted over. In a shopping centre it was. Stupid bird. This says, have you joined Bez's racing club yet? What? Bez, out of the Happy Mondays. The mad dancer in the Happy Mondays. Mad for it. Have you joined Bez's racing club yet? Get your maracas and head down to the racetrack, says Andy in York. Not Andy of York, not that one. I'm assuming. Not that bloke. The other one. Right, let's have a call in. You see, now, the way this is, I can't tell what the names of the people are, because it's all foreshortened. I can only tell where they come from. So, there is one on the board from Stockton-on-Tees.
Warning, warning!
But I don't know who it is until I click it on the air. Should I do it?
No.
Let's have, Maurice in Peterborough. Maurice.
Nick, good evening.
Yes, sir.
That was probably a pied wagtail you had.
Perhaps. Well, I'm pretty sure that is a name that has come up before, pied wagtail. And I've looked it up and I thought, not really.
Probably not. So why are we getting upset about a survey that was done in 2018 about people not being able to vote or not existing even?
Well, you wouldn't get upset if you were part of the ruling elite.
I don't think I'm part of any of that.
Well,
but
I don't know. Sound of your voice sounds suspiciously like the ruling elite to me. Part of the ruling elite, you are.
I was dragged up in a council house in Birmingham, born before the end of the Second World War. So, come on, I'm not remotely posh. I should be speaking in a Brummie accent, but I never did.
No, you had it beaten out of you at Eton, no doubt.
Get out of here. No. I went to school in Aston, in Birmingham.
Okay, then.
Just up the road from Aston Villa football ground. Oh, dearie me. That's a part of my life that is behind.
Yeah, right. You're trying to drink those memories away.
Booze.
Well, I've been doing it ever since, of course. Yeah. Red wine.
Right.
And why do we not all carry identity cards?
Well,
now?
why would we?
Well, why shouldn't we? I've got one that was issued to me when I was born.
Yes, but you're part of the ruling elite. Of course you have an ID photo card.
No, everybody did when I was born.
Rubbish.
And
nonsense. No such thing ever occurred. Wait a minute. People did not have... wait a minute. People did not have photo ID cards when you were born.
They were not photo ID
Correct.
cards. We had national identity cards issued to us when we were born.
Right. Well, I could just write down on a piece of paper.
Every one of us.
I could just write down on a piece of paper my name and use that as an identity card. There, problem solved.
Well, I think that's a pretty obscure way of dealing with the reality of life. Why would anybody not want to have an ID card?
But why would they want to? Just... you see, if you don't have a car, if you're too poor to have a car, and if you're too poor to have a holiday, then those are the two main reasons, or the two main ways in which you can get a photo ID card: your driving license and your passport. So if you're too poor for both of those things, then it's rather more likely than not that you will not be voting Conservative. Yes.
I'm not bothered about voting for any particular party. You may, from my voice, assume what you like about where I vote.
Yes.
And you're probably going to be wrong, actually. So,
I made my mind up within the first 10 seconds.
Oh, of course you did. Of course you did. And when you said Eton, I wanted to punch your bloody lights out.
Right.
Man.
You went to Harrow. I apologise.
Not either in any way, shape, or form.
Westminster.
I did business at Westminster School but only
business
in a commercial fashion.
Business
and
business.
Yeah.
What business? Business. What
yeah,
business?
Yeah. I supplied furniture into Westminster Under School.
Right. Furniture.
Now, there's the thought. And so I've moved in high society.
Yeah, exactly right.
But I have to renew my passport, and I now have to get passport photos taken.
Right.
Because I am so elderly that they don't believe I look like what I looked like 20, 30 years ago when the last photo was taken.
Yeah,
and that's
nobody
probably
does.
true.
Yeah.
Well, no, indeed. I know, actually. My hair is now Arctic blonde.
Right.
And it's totally different to the last passport photo. So I have to go and find a place to get a passport photo taken.
Right, and how much does it cost to get a new passport? Exactly. There's people who can't afford that kind of money.
But
none of whom vote Conservative.
The photos doesn't cost 75 quid.
No, but nailing it into a passport costs an enormous amount of money. Yes?
The photo costs about £5.
Yeah, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the passport part. You can't just take a photograph of yourself and then show up and say, "There you are, it's me." Well, you could try it. Maurice, I've got to go, but it's been an inspiration. Thanks a lot, mate. This show really is going up in the world, ain't it?
No.
I've just been speaking to part of the 1%. Wow. I feel as though I've got some of that money on me now. Marion tweeted, I will not stop putting emojis in my messages. All my other liberties are being eroded, and and these emojis cheer me up. Apart from your shows at the weekend, life is pretty depressing these days, followed by an emoji.
Oh, no.
And it's an emoji that looks like... I don't know. It's a furrowed brow and a... so it's a bit quizzical and it's a bit sad. It's a little bit... it's a little bit... It just looks like a yellow blob. Stop doing it. This says, have you joined Bez... Oh, no, I read that. Dave the Hammer emailed, Nick, the definition of a one-party democracy? Tory Britain. P.S. I'm 11.5 years old. 11.5? Wow, that's nearly 11 and a half. Maths fans. Ellesmere. Michael.
Hi, Nick.
Yes, Michael.
Oh, I've got solution. Oh, thank you for having me on anyway.
Thank you for being on.
Thank you.
Awesome. I've got solution for the electoral problems with Tories.
Yeah.
The other parties should form electoral alliance.
Mm-hmm.
And basically it should be slightly voter-led, I suppose. And they should, anytime one party is doing well, the others should congratulate them, as long as it's not Tory party. So if yeah, because Tories, they're I'm not going to say what they are, because you'd probably just take me off the...
Of course.
But if Greens are winning somewhere, it should be like Lib Dems and Labour coming together, congratulating them.
Right.
And they should kind of see who's got what share of votes at the polls and decide, maybe form a cabinet even a little bit ahead, or in places where you say you have Lib Dems and Labour tied, they should just decide, okay, we're going to do a power sharing arrangement. Your Lib Dems going to be deputies, Labour's going to lead it.
It should be much more like most of our competitor countries, which are run by coalitions, which more accurately represent the will of the people. Of course they do, rather than just gifting complete power to an unrepresentative party for one term after the next.
Absolutely. Well, there should be something like, who's the alliance candidate? And you should know in every borough who that is. Is it Labour? Is it Green? Is it Lib Dem? They should have like a little crown on their poster or whatever, so people come to the polls and they know, oh, okay, I'm voting Greens here, just to get rid of Tories. Right. And with the voter ID, I think they should go for it. They should absolutely go for it. With a little caveat, they should say as soon as a child hits 18, they're going to get the ID for free.
Right.
Schools apprenticeship, they know who the person is. Yeah. They know who they are. If they're outside of that, then it should be social services. Soon as a person hits 18 in the country,
right?
Yeah, go for it. Give them voter ID. It's not going to be a passport, driver's license. No, it's just going to be a voter ID. I don't know, make it cheap as dirt, or just like identification. So you take a picture of someone and that person doesn't have two voter IDs.
Yeah.
Simple. They can employ Serco, make a lovely billion contract. They'll love it. But I'm sure, the Lord should make an amendment. Yeah. And Tories, they might have painted themselves into a corner with this a little bit.
I bet that's a scam that they haven't thought of yet, is to furnish everybody with a photo ID card, but then farm the contract out to I don't know, Matt Hancock's dog walker or somebody that has absolutely no experience of it. We'll write him a cheque for £108 million. How does that sound?
Well, they must have thought of it already. I'm sure they have. If
Well, no, I
think Tories would have thought of it.
I think the idea is to make it as difficult as possible for people, particularly of a certain political persuasion, to get voter ID cards, to not actually help them in that regard at all. That's the whole point. Surely they haven't said, I didn't miss them saying that we will require voter ID and, oh, by the way, we'll give everyone a free one. No, that's not what they're saying at all. In fact, they'll probably put up the price of getting a passport and a driving license just to, just to bed that policy in and make sure it works in the prescribed manner. Yeah, good work, Michael, but go on. Yeah,
you're right, but Hancock comes to tally and he says, oh, it's all about fairness.
Yeah, fairness.
It can be... Labour can take it up in the Parliament. They can go, okay, let's make fairness. How would they argue against my idea to give everyone voter ID if they said, oh, it's fairness, security? Perfect, let's do it. Right. How would they argue, no, we're not going to do it, we're going to do it with passports instead?
Right, well, I'll tell you how they'll argue it. They'll just say that what the public actually wants is... is the opposite of what you're asking for, and then they'll just smile and we'll have run out of time, and then the TV news will move on to the next story. That's how they'll argue it. Yeah, good work. Thanks a lot, Michael. The problem that the left have is that they're, I don't know, what's a polite way of saying stupid morons? They're stupid morons. The right wing always get in line. When it comes to either acquiring or hanging on to power, the right wingers always get in line. And they stop bickering amongst each other, and they get the job done. The left wing, on the other hand, oh, God. Well, first of all, they want a debate about whether they get fizzy water or still water at their conference. And they won't move a single muscle until that has been decided. And then they'll complain that the temperature inside the room is a little bit too hot or a little bit too cold. And what's the moisture level in the air? And it'll just go all downhill from there. Bickering amongst themselves. The Tories all get into a line and sing from the same hymn sheet. And they all say the same things. I mean, this for a couple of weeks now, they've all come out and said, well, that's a very good question, but that's not what the public want to hear. The public don't want to hear about who Boris Johnson is beholden to for the fitment of his excruciating flat. What the public actually want to hear is what I learned 10 seconds before the camera got switched on. And they all say the same thing. The left, meanwhile, formed a circular firing squad and have taken themselves out. So the Tories don't need to. And that's the same the whole world over. And that's why they keep losing all the time. Apart from in America, where they got rid of you-know-who. Oh, shut up! But it cost them something of the order of $6 billion. $6 billion. Oh, my God, the press was just having a field day, weren't they? It's Mental Health Awareness Week, or something like that. I think it's also probably Sausage Awareness Week. And... they I don't know who it is that decides what week is what, but they just come like a blizzard these days, don't they? But on this week, which I didn't really look too much into it because I wasn't going to talk about it tonight, but it did seem to be slightly ironic, and I believe that my colleague James O'Brien pointed this out on Twitter. Slightly ironic that the Daily Mail would spend approximately all of the space on the internet. Levelling their weaponry at Hazza and Sparkles for just calling out bad parents. I mean, do you think that they'd be good parents? I mean, if you want to go see Granny, you've got to walk into the room bowing and then back out. You've got to actually reverse out. And then it's just absolutely comical. And then it was attack to Hazza and Sparkles. And then Wills and What's-It pop up doing, I've got no idea. And he said, oh, look at the glorious couple. They're so fantastic. Ugh, it's excruciating. No wonder they want it out. This says, didn't you take your own pencil this time for COVID reasons to vote? I took the one that I nicked from Screwfix this year, says that anonymous texter. No, I didn't take my own blooming pencil, but I stole the one that they provided for me. Well, I didn't want to leave it there. Plus, I wanted a pencil. You know, as a souvenir. I knew that my vote wouldn't count for anything, so I thought I'll nick this pencil. That'll show Boris Johnson. Let's have the Isle of Wight. Hello, Billy.
Hello, good evening, Nick. How are you doing?
Good, thanks.
I'll tell you what, your glamorous assistant is ever so kind and very friendly. She's one of the best ones I've ever heard on LBC.
Right, well, it's her first go-around, so I'm sure she'll be delighted.
Well, she needs recognition. She's very kind.
Well, now, wait a minute. What she should be doing is just talking to you in the briefest possible way, just to get your name and serial number. But what you're saying is, it implies that chatting was involved.
No, not at all. She was just telling me what was going on, and that's it. Nothing.
Well, I wish somebody would tell me.
I do as well, Nick. Nick, I called in because of the photo ID.
Yes.
I'm very passionately against it, Nick, and I think the reason why is because we need to obviously get more people out and voting. But I want our politicians to focus on the important issues like child poverty and low wages. But I mean, that's too much of a high intellect topic, isn't it?
Well, it depends what you mean by concentrate on, because I think they've been in power for practically 12 years now, and they certainly have achieved an enormous amount of child poverty. And what was the other thing you were saying?
Oh, and social ID. So I'd rather them get rid of that on the agenda and actually focus on the important issues such as people that are hungry and unable to pay for the bills,
right.
Because it's a big problem, isn't it? We've got millions of people living in this country that don't know where their next meal's going to come from, and quite often they do.
But when you say concentrate on it, it seems to me that they have been concentrating on it, and they have achieved an enormous amount by making a tremendous number of people poor. I mean, if that was the plan, then it's a tremendous success.
I see what you're saying, Nick, and I agree. Yes, unfortunately, that's what they have been doing. I think, and here's the thing, Nick. Right, I got really annoyed with a picture I saw on Twitter from an Assembly member in London.
Oh no!
I know. I'm sorry. It's not emojis this time, Nick, but it's pictures. And it was the Labour Party basically referring to the Lib Dem Labour Tory alliance in the Assembly as a new right-wing movement. And you know what, Nick? Things like that really get on my wick, because you spoke earlier on, didn't you, about coalitions being a good thing for democracy, and I completely agree with you, Nick. Over here on the Isle of Wight, we've got rid of the Tories, and thank God, because there's some really good local councillors that do some really good jobs, that do a great job in the Tory party over here, because they're good local councillors. But the problem is, Nick, they all stick their hand up and wave and do the hokey-cokey and follow the party line, and that's no good. Now that we've got no overall control, they're all forced to, come together in some way, and we don't know how that's going to look like. But it's a wonderful thing for democracy. Unfortunately, people in political parties are yes men or yes women in some instances. Yeah. Unfortunately, there's not enough women in politics. I actually, that's a side point, Nick, that I thought I would add. We've never had a woman chancellor, have we? And I think we should have one. Isn't it about time we had a woman actually making the political decisions in this country? Because
just as long as you don't use the phrase purse strings.
Oh goodness, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, hopefully we've moved on from that now. Right. But I completely agree with you about the political alliance stuff. I think it works well in other countries.
Yeah, why can't we try it here instead of just gifting one minority government complete control after the next? It's ridiculous, the system we got here.
It is. It's a joke, because what happens is you're then in a situation where, unfortunately, because it's nobody's one particular fault that the Labour Party just haven't been elected. It's the political system we've got, and it's also the fact that people just don't feel like they can vote for them at the moment. And I think that's really sad. I think it's sad that we currently live in a country where, at the moment, people feel like it's the best of a bad bunch. I think if there was a more open, tolerant way of voting for different parties, and there was more chances of, say, your Green Party member from getting into power, I think we'd live in a much brighter, more positive country. Because I don't agree with everything the Greens say, and in fact, I would go as far as saying that I don't agree with a lot of what they say. But at least they've got an opinion, and at least it's healthy and it's enriched discussion, isn't it? That can be added to the debate, and that's what we need.
I've voted Greenie quite a few times now.
Groovy.
Not in the last one necessarily, but I have voted Greenie before, and they got. I think they doubled their count in the London mayoral election, about 8%, something there or thereabouts, more or less.
Well, they are getting there, Nick, and the thing is, although I've not voted for them in the past, I'm getting very close. I mean, I voted Lib Dem in, obviously here in the Isle of Wight, but for example, I think in one of the wards, the Tory leader actually got booted out by a Green candidate. She more than fold increased her vote.
Right,
so it does go to show.
I'll put you down as Green Curious. How does that sound?
I like that. Yes, I like to think that I'm very down the middle, Nick, and I'm very open to consideration. But yes, that would be an accurate description.
Excellent work. Thanks a lot, Billy. But instead of the left-wing parties forming a coalition, and by which method they would actually be a majority rule as opposed to a minority rule. Something of the order of 44% of the people that expressed a preference voted for the Conservative Party, who have 100% of the power. What sense does that make? Particularly as, because of you know what.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Precisely. The right wing used to get split a little bit because of a certain unelectable person.
Nigel Farage is not fit and proper to be in government.
But he's out of the picture now. He's spending his days spotting dinghies.
I'm a nutcase.
And so the right-wing vote don't get split no more, but the left-wing vote gets split here, there and everywhere, baby.
Groovy.
And the Greenies are among them, and the Lib Dems, and etc. and so on. Count Binface, I don't actually know what his policies are, but even if he was in charge, we'd probably be in a better position than we are now. Unless that's a controversial thing to say, in which case I withdraw it. Daniel texts, that last caller was talking nonsense. Yeah, for most of the time, yeah. He said, the current sitting MP for the Isle of Wight is a Conservative. A Conservative on the Isle of Wight. Can you believe that?
Yes.
Yes. I'd be amazed if it were any other way. Having been on the Isle of Wight, and I'll restate my question. Nobody's ever given me an answer to this. How big does an island have to be before you are not on it anymore, you are in it? Nobody says I'm on Britain, do they? Or on Australia. You are in Australia, but you are not in the Isle of Wight. You're on it. So approximately how big does an island have to be before you are in it, not on it? In it. Christian tweeted, I knew it. You're a greenie. I love you even more now. Thanks a lot, Christian. I can't describe myself as a greenie, but I have voted greenie a couple of 3 times. Stella texts, I'm so looking forward to sitting inside my local coffee shop on Monday, but I still won't be hugging anybody. I mean, will COVID disappear on Monday? Yeah, in the same way that COVID won't get you if you're in a gym, but it will if you're inside in a restaurant. You know, because that makes sense, doesn't it?
No.
Not really. Makes 0 sense. Oh, I'm going to sneeze. Wait a minute. No, it's still there. It may arrive at any moment. I'll let you know if it does. Twickenham. Hello, Clive.
Hello, Nick.
Clive.
Shouldn't this Conservative government have stopped anybody from India arriving in this country via Turkey, as I heard recently? They were told 2 weeks ago at least, that I think it may be 3, that they had a stronger variant of this coronavirus out there. Yep. And if anybody was to get here from there, it could spread widely.
Yes.
Now, they've done sweet nothing. Mm-hmm. Boris Johnson, sitting on his backside, making lots of money, doing sod all, is doing. I mean, where is it? Where are we going? Are the people of this country brainwashed in voting for them?
Yes,
are they mad?
I think there's a hypnotism of some sort going on. I think it might have something to do with his hair. Don't look directly at his hair.
Well, they say 3 people have died already. Well, 3 is maybe your son or daughter. They seem to say, well, it doesn't really matter, only 3 people have died, but they could have stopped them coming here because the Indian government warned this government, the Conservative government we've got, that this a stronger variant of a virus is there. So what do? If I was Prime Minister, I'd shut the doors, stop nobody coming in from India until we have made sure.
Right, exactly. That would make sense. But nothing makes sense anymore unless you are of a conspiratorial or a conspiracy theoretical bent.
Yeah.
Is that quite the right way of putting it? Probably
right,
not. More or less, there or thereabouts.
Yes,
unless you
right.
believe in conspiracy theories, I'll lay one out for you in just a minute.
Yeah.
Trust me.
Well,
nothing makes sense anymore, Clive, unless you think the absolute worst. Unless the absolute worst is true, nothing makes sense.
Well, I'll say one thing. This is the worst Conservative government I've known. I'm getting on now, as you know, because I used to talk to you a couple of years back. But honestly, I just don't understand the people of this country voting for them.
I think it's still Brexit. They're still fighting Brexit. They're waiting for the glorious sunny uplands, the things that they were promised, and they haven't seen them yet, and so they are dissatisfied.
They won't get them.
But unwilling to admit that they may have been had.
They've been had all right, and Johnson, when he was asked which way he was going to, he couldn't make his mind up.
No.
First, no, yes or nay. And he said, well, I'll vote for to pull out. He did it on the second thought. Well, just before, I'll tell you one thing, just before the New Year, 11:45 it was, I heard his father say that he is, I'm really completely French, 100% French, so it's all right for me and to go to France and do this and that. For some reason, because he announced it then, because he knew most people wouldn't be listening to them, celebrating the New Year.
Yeah.
And you look it up. And I thought,
most certainly will not.
Eh?
I won't. Can't make me.
11:45.
Yeah.
I thought, just typical. He's completely French, his father, he states.
Yes.
Boris Johnson, they say, was born in America. To me, our voting system and our voters, they want a complete kick up the backside and wake up.
Right.
The only things they've got of good in this country have been brought in by Labour governments. Labour governments, not Tory governments. They wouldn't have a national service if it wasn't for Labour.
Right.
And they're trying to get rid of that.
With some success. Yeah, Clive, I've got to go. Right, on that, one of the other things that was announced in by the nice lady with the spangly hat, Boris Johnson is going to rip up legal barriers on dishing out government contracts. Now, this has a lot to do with what I was just talking about, that nice man with. Boris Johnson will rip up legal barriers on dishing out government contracts, which is incredible, because I didn't realise there were any legal barriers to dishing out government contracts. I mean, they've just sprayed the private sector with billions of pounds of your money with absolute abandon. What possible barriers could there have been, Bodger? Were the barriers a gentleman's agreement, a polite suggestion? What barriers have they faced, apart from people's upset at the kleptocratic nature of this regime, which is less a government and more a smash-and-grab raid? That is this lot all over. Criticised for handing contracts out for hundreds of millions of pounds to a minister's dog walker for the provision of medical equipment that they have no knowledge of, and gifting party donors a blank cheque for them to fill out themselves. And instead of apologising and offering their resignation, like used to happen in the good old days, you remember the good old days, don't you? Which, for the purpose of this argument, was about 10 years ago, the good old days. You know, it would be BB, before Boris. Instead of offering their resignation and apologising profusely, they double down and insist on doing it again, but louder, while telling us that the public don't want to hear about it. This is the most shameless bunch ever gathered together outside of I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. Maybe Ant and Dec should stage a coup. They couldn't possibly do any worse.
Correct.
In fact, maybe we should let the Teletubbies have a bash at running this country. At least they don't have pockets, so they can't trouser the loot. This government actually made the Queen say that the regime plans to reform the UK's public procurement regime, which the government says will make it quicker, simpler and better able to meet the country's needs. The government says the new procurement laws will make it more modern, flexible, innovative and diverse by allowing the government to consider wider social value when picking suppliers so that taxpayers' money goes further and has more of a wider benefit for society, including the creation of new jobs and skills to drive economic growth. I know, hilarious. Those jobs that they create, they wouldn't be high-paying ones for future ex-ministers in the companies that they hand out contracts to, could they? And the government says the new procurement laws will permanently write into law the powers seized by the government at the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, which allow ministers to bypass the competition process in an emergency. And here we get to the Indian thing. Because I would expect to be living in a permanent emergency from now on. That poses a possible explanation for why this regime has been so catastrophically awful in this pandemic. If it wasn't so serious, it would be comically late for everything, this whole pandemic. I mean, they couldn't have built a better way to take control and strip the nation for parts if they'd invented the virus themselves. If they're perpetually late for everything, then we'll be in a state of emergency permanently. And the opportunity to profit from the disaster will just keep on coming. I mean, think of it. They've been late for everything. They made the same mistake again and again and again. They were late to register an interest in the virus at all. With Bodger too busy trying to remember which one his ex-wife is, which one his current wife is, and which one his future wife is. And they were too late to lock down, initially, and stop the spread from Italy. And they were too late locking down care homes. And they were too late to realise that the opening of the schools for one day wasn't such a bright idea. Bottom of the class for that one. See me after. And then the lockdown for September was delayed till November. And they were late to cancel Christmas, and late to mass testing, and late to tracing, and late to stop the Indian variant, which we'd known about for weeks before they did anything. They waited till it was here before they stopped it coming in. Either they are criminally engaged in importing the virus deliberately for private gain, under cover of the emergency, they could pretty well get away with anything, or they have, or the only other alternative is that this is the most inept, chaotic, disorganised, malevolent mess that has ever been collected in one place. And to think that they say that you can tell the nature of an organisation by looking at the person at the top. Inept, chaotic, disorganised, malevolent mess. Bodger.
I can't comment on that.
And by the way, as a sort of kicker right at the end, the government says it's going to overhaul the system for publishing contract details to publish data in, quotes, a standard open format that is more accessible to anyone. But here's the thing. Government contracts are already supposed to be published in an open format which is accessible to anyone. As long as they actually publish them, that is. Which this lot don't, of course. It doesn't matter what format you promise to publish them in if you don't actually publish them. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Let's have a call in Yorkshire. Mike.
Hi, Nick. Yeah. David Cameron must be as thick as a pig, mustn't he? Because if they brought these new procurement rules in a year ago, he'd have been scot-free.
Yeah.
Anyway, by the by, no, the point I wanted to make was I wondered what you thought about this Queen's speech bit, where they're saying that universities couldn't be fined if they deplatform Holocaust deniers, etc.
Well, I don't think they specifically said Holocaust deniers. I think the implication is that the universities, left-wing snowflakes, are denying right-wingers the ability to say that they're left-wing snowflakes. So that's the part that they want to correct, in inverted commas. They want more right-wing voices, more people that agree with the government.
Yeah, but the university minister that came on, who not an unattractive lady, whatever, but came on and actually got nailed on LBC, saying, so should Holocaust deniers be deplatformed? Well, no, it depends on what they say. If they stir up racial hatred, then that's against the law. But no, we support people saying atrocious things that cause great offence because it's free speech.
Right.
I mean,
while at the same time preventing people from protesting against the government, which sounds like a denial of free speech to me. But what do I know?
Absolutely. And a couple of little side points, if I can. You mentioned God earlier on. We haven't heard from Ken for ages. Do you think God didn't manage to protect him from COVID?
And don't encourage him.
The other thought was that if you look around the gods of the world, Buddha didn't do particularly well. Muhammad doesn't seem to have done particularly well. And Brazil and America are Jesus states, and they've not done very well. So I wonder if perhaps there isn't one.
Yeah, maybe prayer doesn't work. All right, thanks a lot, Mike. By the way, the new leader, is he calling himself the leader? The new not leader of the DUP, thinks that the world is 6,000 years old. Is he kidding? I have custard powder that is older than that back of my cupboard. Liz emails, you cheer me up, Nick. Big hugs. Yes, big hugs, Liz, no touching. Paul texts, redo democracy was in the Queen's speech. Probably divine right of Johnson's. Redo democracy. I don't know what that means. He's going to redo democracy. Oh, no. That doesn't sound good. All right. Well, cancel it, you mean? What the people want is to not have to go down the voting booth every 5 years. That's what the public want. Michelle says, I volunteer for a charity where I call a lady called Joan, who lives in Scotland, once a week for a chat. Joan introduced me to your show, and we often talk about how funny you are pressing your buttons. I come from a conservative voting, daily fail reading family, and listening to you keeps me just about sane. Roll on the day I can move back to Canada. Thanks for being the voice of reason, eh? Says Michelle. Michelle, if in your life I am the voice of reason, you're in big trouble. Malvern, hello, Judy.
Hello, Nick, good evening.
Judy.
Well, I mean, my feeling, I don't actually care a banana about citizen cards. I would quite happily carry one. I really don't mind. But mind you, I don't mind about a lot of things, really. But I am worried. I'm worried because I do think it could be a nefarious plot by our Home Secretary. Pretty awful.
Yes.
I mean, don't you think it's just a next step to sort of say, have you got your ID card while you're about it?
We want to see your papers?
Yes. Well, you do the jokes. Yeah.
Unfortunately, there's nothing funny about it. But yes, another method of control. Yes.
So I'm worried. I did take a pencil as well, but it was a box of 100, so I felt that was okay.
Right.
And I am disenfranchised in my area because we have had a Conservative MP since Pitt the Younger, so there is no chance. No, I mean, it's just nothing. There is another thing.
Yeah.
It's a small thing, but actually there's two. But
hang on a minute, but before you get on to that, what is Malvern like?
Well, I live outside of Malvern. I think I've mentioned this before. I actually live in the village of Buckinghall. Let's not go there,
You do what now?
Warning!
Don't say it again.
I'm not going to, but honestly, look it up on a map. It's next to Ripple, okay? Next to Ripple.
Okay.
As in Ripple on a wave, riding on the crest of a ripple, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But it's odd. I mean, I don't often go there, to be honest, because it's like 12 miles away on a big hill.
Yeah. Plus, you don't want to ask a cab driver to take you to. I'm not even going to say it. But anyway, go ahead.
I do actually. They know where it is around here. Oddly enough.
Okay. Then.
But. It's actually apparently got one of the highest rates of poverty in the UK, which actually surprised me.
Well, this is what my question was about. Why do people who are poor vote Conservative? What is going on in their mind? Why do they do that? Why do they vote for a party that is funded by a handful of billionaires, thinking that their interests coincide? I just fail to understand. I would love for somebody to explain it to me, because I don't get it.
Brexit.
Oh, God.
I'm sorry, but I actually still think that it malingers on. And I don't honestly think... I mean, bear in mind that Malvern it's a spa town. It's full of huge, big properties, and has got loads and loads of terribly, terribly nice retired people.
Yeah.
And a marvellous theatre.
Right.
But the outskirts, I mean, this is often the case, isn't it? Looks nice on the, nice on the inside, but rotten on the outside.
Yeah.
But
almost the complete opposite of a Wookiee.
Yeah. What is a Wookiee? Like a peach Melba?
Yeah, a Wookiee is exactly like a peach Melba, yeah. I think you'll find that is correct.
Oh, God, you're on form tonight.
I love the taste
You weren't on form the other week. You were not on form.
I love the taste of Wookiee in the morning. Tastes like a bit furry, actually.
Really?
Yeah, a little bit
sounds
furry.
To be a bit more like a possum. You actually said to a caller whose name was this, you actually said, "Oh, come on, Eileen." I mean, I was waiting.
Eileen.
I was waiting. There was nothing.
Well,
thank you. I feel totally satiated. Yeah. And finally...
Another satisfied customer, yes.
I'm so satisfied you have no idea. You have no idea that... yes, the next thing was, I know what's going to happen. If they start changing government contracts. It will be, right, contract changing. Contract changing.
Contact changing.
Contact tracing.
Is that what you were after?
Oh, now I've had 3 in a row.
There you go.
I'm completely happy girl.
3 in a row
Nick.
on the Nikki Abbott Show. Daryl says, apparently Poots doesn't... Poots. Poots. But apparently Pooch doesn't believe in dinosaurs. I can therefore only assume he also doesn't have access to a mirror. Now, that's just unkind, Daryl. Be polite.
Be polite.
K texts, if a person can't manage their own weight or even just their own hair, don't be surprised if they can't successfully manage a country. Well, that's just a good point, ain't it, Bodger?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Let's have a call in Regent's Park. Vance.
Hi, Nick.
How you doing?
Fine, thank you. Nick, I was just wondering, Boris Johnson, in making the Queen spout such rubbish and lies in the Queen's speech, wasn't he making a fool of her? And in that case, wasn't that treason?
Well, it sounds like grounds for dismissal with great vengeance to me.
Great, excellent. Long live the revolution. Thanks, Nick.
Right, okay, thanks, Vance. Paul Tex, redo democracy was in the Queen's speech, probably divine right of Johnson's. Did I read that already, or is that an update to something that I read some moments ago? Bernadette emails, people love Boris, the Brexit clown. Greed is great, especially when you can quote Euripides or some fine fellow. I, for one, am happy to doff my cap and curtsy. Bernadette, I don't think you doff your cap and curtsy. I think you pick one or the other. Based very much on, how you self-identify. I think that is probably correct in every respect. People love Boris the Clown, yeah. It's remarkable how much you can get away with by presenting an image that's not serious. But that's not who he is. It's a mask. It's something he puts on before he leaves the house. He ruffles his hair, just like Ken Dodd does. Makes his hair go all squiffy, and you're laughing before he's even said anything. Mind you, after about 5 hours of watching Ken Dodd, the laughter became a little thin on the ground. I couldn't take it anymore. I saw him in, I must have said this dozens of times, I saw him in Scarborough, which is a lovely place. And it's got a theatre, or used to, is probably more accurate. It used to have a big theatre on the seafront there, and Ken Dodd was on, by complete coincidence, when I was there. This is a good few years ago now. And I thought, how perfect is that? Talk about the stars aligning. I'm in one of Britain's classic seaside resorts, and Ken Bloomin' Dodd's on stage. So I went along, and it was packed. And for the first hour, a couple of three titters, not a great deal, but, you know, just about like that. And then in the second hour, you thought, wow, how's he remembering all this stuff? And then in the third hour, you thought, how long is this going to go on for? And then in the fourth hour, you thought, oh, my God, I'm starting to lose the will to live. And then in the fifth hour, I thought, right, that's it, I'm leaving. Midnight. He came on at 7 and was still going at midnight. How is that even possible? Why would you want to do that? I mean, how much humour can anybody actually take? 5 hours, too long. I'm just saying. But people love Boris the Brexit Clown. Yeah, God, it's infuriating that people have fallen in love with that character, because it is a character. It's a clown. It's a mask. It's something he puts on. That's not who he is. It's an act. But you're right, they have. And in much the same way as a certain element in America fell in love with Donald Trump.
I love the poorly educated.
Bingo. I mean, he did absolutely everything to the detriment of the people that voted for him. And they continue to love him, and do to this day. Every single thing he did was to the detriment of the people that were voting for him. And he just kept saying, believe me.
Believe me, believe me, believe me, believe me, believe me, believe me, believe me. Okay.
And just preposterous things he would come out with.
I know a lot about wind. I know a lot about wind.
And they say, yeah, that's right, he knows a lot about wind.
I'm very highly educated. I know words. I have the best words.
Everything that man said was the opposite of the truth. Verifiably so. Tens of thousands of lies that just poured out of him. It was like a garden hose had been hooked up to a tap of lies. And they just loved him more. But I think because the liberals got upset. You know, people who actually think. And because the liberals got upset, they thought, yeah, that's right, he's sticking it to the man. He's sticking it to the elites. And you hear that from people that vote Conservative, people that, you know, have absolutely nothing in their lives. And they say, oh, well, you know, we're getting back at the metropolitan elites by voting Conservative. Oh, and now we're back at that video that we were talking about last weekend. You know, those two fellas on a boat who were saying that the Labour Party have ruined everything. You know, they've cut the police numbers, and they've cut the magistrates' courts, and they don't have a police station anymore, and they've ruined the hospitals. So they voted Conservative, the party that was actually responsible for everything they'd just been whining about. But, did they take 10 seconds to look it up?
No.
No, they just came to the wrong conclusion and voted accordingly. Probably because the newspaper that they read told them to do so. Everybody's been hypnotised. I do think it's his hair. I think it's like a Samson thing. If we could take a pair of shears to his hair, what would he look like bald? Ha! Maybe that's it. If we could just render him bald, can you imagine what that looks like? He tweets, I am surprised the Tories have not set up a GoFundMe page to pay off Bojos. To pay off Bojos what? That's just where it ends. We'll never know. Southport, hello, Frank.
Yeah, hi, Nick. In the last couple of weeks, you've mentioned Ken Dodd on a few occasions. I actually saw him myself, and you're quite right, by the way. He did stay on stage for well after midnight.
Yeah.
But you do know he's no longer with us, don't you?
I do.
Only when I've listened to you in the last couple of weeks, you tended to talk about him in the present rather than the past.
Right.
And I thought, I wonder if Nick actually knows he's no longer with us.
Yeah. Ken Dodd's dead along with his dad's dog.
Yeah, very good, very good. Can I just say one other thing, by the way?
Of course.
I watched a video of you on YouTube. I think it was was it GLR, Greater London Radio, began?
GLR, yeah.
Was it GLR? And Tommy Vance and Johnny Walker.
Right.
Yeah, and I actually left a message on there saying three stalwarts, etc., etc. But
right.
How long were you there for, can I ask?
Year. I
1
think.
year.
Or was it a year? Something like that. Worst year of my life.
Really?
Hated it.
Because you on the video you're talking and obviously advertising it as best you can. You seem to be quite excited at the prospect.
I don't think so. I haven't seen that for decades, but I very much doubt I came across on camera as being excited.
Oh, you did actually. Came across that way to me.
All right then.
But you were much younger, Nick.
Yeah,
you were much younger then.
Who wasn't?
Well, who wasn't? That's true. That is very. One quick one, can I?
Go on then.
You mentioned about the guy who won the Northern Ireland contest. Poots, is it? Well, they apparently believe that God, the reason why they say 6,000 years for the earth, they apparently believe that God placed the dinosaurs on earth and they were buried for us to find them so that we would believe in a higher deity.
Right, like a sort of horrific Easter egg hunt.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, well, now we've solved that problem. Thanks a lot, Frank. It makes as much sense as anything else I've heard this year. Paul texts, if Newt from Aliens was witnessing this catastrophe of a government, she would say, my mummy always said there were no monsters, no real ones, but there are. When do they come out? They come at night. Mostly. Samantha emails, Nick, I think Queenie should have ended her speech with, and if one believes anything of what they have just heard, then one will believe anything, says Samantha. Controversial. Oh, God. Speaking of which, it's Stockton-on-Tees. Hello, Brian. Brian Brian will be about to tell us why everything would be worse under a Labour government and why it's all Jeremy Corbyn's fault. Go ahead.
I'll just go on to something else first. I listened to you 2 hours on Sunday.
See?
For 2 hours on Sunday, it was like a party political broadcast on behalf of the Labour Party.
Oh, Brian, did you hear something you didn't like?
No, that way. Yeah, but it's supposed to be a phone-in to talk to different people.
Yeah, which I did.
2 hours.
Which I did.
2 hours.
I did. I talked to no end of people. I talked to no. Well, you see, you didn't listen on Sunday at all because I don't use jingles on Sunday.
Yeah, but I'm in general tonight. You use your jingles and your jangles, right?
Yeah.
Every caller has licked your backside. I'll tell you the truth.
Oh, God.
You know, you feel like getting a sick bucket. It's it's just one-way traffic. Another 2 hours tonight.
Well, Brian, can I ask you a question? I mean, the obvious question that follows from what you just said. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go on.
Why do you listen to something that you hate so much?
No, you're a good entertainer, but it's a load of rubbish you're doing when it's so one-sided.
Right.
You're a good entertainer. Right. You're not as bored as some of the others. I'll give you 5 stars for that.
5 stars? Wow, another satisfied customer.
But you've got to have a varied flow of phone
Brian,
calls.
if I can only take I can't force people to call. I can only take the calls I get.
Right. Well, I phoned earlier tonight, right?
Yes.
And you said, oh, I'm on the board.
Yeah.
I've got to go to him. No, and you went to somebody else. I
Right.
waited for 35 minutes. I said,
yes.
bother it.
Mm-hmm.
For all that time, before it and after it,
Yeah.
you talked to people who only agreed with you.
Brian, I talk to people that I don't ordinarily...
No, but
don't...
you said you
Wait a
had
minute.
a
I
problem.
talk to people that don't call every single show.
Look, you like me calling, I think, really on the quiet.
Not really.
Well, I think you do.
Not really. You're an
Right.
infuriating
No.
man.
No,
Like, every argument you make, if I give you an opposing argument, you immediately change the subject and talk about something else.
Right. The thing is now, you were talking about ID cards. I'll tell you why I originally phoned up.
Right.
Right. Now, the thing is, they've got an 80-odd seat majority.
Yeah.
So, other parties just have to suck it up.
Oh, why?
Right?
Why?
Well, because if Labour had 8-seat majority, what would they do? Straight away, they would say, voting age is down to 16. They'd do things to their advantage. It's part of the course.
Yes, but that's more democracy, Brian, not less.
Well, I don't think so.
Of course it is. More people being able to vote.
Yes, but the thing is, do you really know about politics for age? I don't think you do.
Do you know about politics if you're 76? I mean, the indication is that you don't.
There's a better chance. But anyway, and also, it's strong as well, isn't it? Because who is the working class voting for at the moment? The poor people. Tell me who they're voting for.
Well, they're voting for the elites, the most urban elites, while claiming that they're voting against the elites.
So that means that ID cards will be getting taken off conservative voters. They're all voting for conservatives at the moment. They can't stand the Labour, the working class. So is it an advantage, really? Debatable, isn't it? Now, IDs now.
It's not really debatable because the people that don't have photo IDs are young people that don't have cars and don't have passports.
These ID cards. If you really want to vote, you can get one easy. You can get it at the town hall.
Yes, of course you can. Yes, but to make it more difficult is going to swing some votes. Well, no, it's not really debatable at all. If you make it more difficult, particularly if you make it more difficult for a certain demographic that doesn't ordinarily vote for you, then you're more likely to win. Obviously.
But anyway, they have to suck it up because they've got 80-odd seat majority.
No, why? That's a ridiculous thing to say.
They can get it through. Right, that's part of the course. That's it.
But there's people on the right in their own party that are objecting to this.
The thing is now...
So to just capitulate and roll over and go with anything that they say just because on a 44% vote they have fashioned themselves a majority because of a screwed up system, that's ridiculous to say, Brian.
With the big advantage you have now, 80-seat majority, they can finish the Labour Party now. They could destroy it.
The Labour Party has its own future in its hands.
Surely. It's in the Conservatives' hands, that's the problem.
But it's not, though.
It is.
How is it?
Because, as I say, they get these things, they can change boundaries and do whatever they want. They can't stop them, right? And the thing is, I think they're close to splitting it to two, the Labour, anyway.
You know, when people say, oh, what can I do? It's just little old me, I can't do anything, then I would point them in the direction of Greta Thunberg, and I would point them in the direction of the good people in Glasgow who effected a change this week. Single people can make massive changes. All they have to do is put their mind to it and not give up. Paul texts, you got to love Brian, ringing up and telling you that you won't take calls from people with Brian's views. This is why the country has gone to hell in a handcart. Does he not see the irony, says Paul. Tooting, hello, Jan.
Oh, yes, hi, Nick. Hi, how are you?
Great, mate. How are you?
Yeah, well, all the better for speaking to you again. So I'm wanting to add in, come in on your point where you mentioned on this discussion that's going on, and you mentioned hypnosis and about you know, why are voters voting, not just Labour, but why are voters voting for the party that isn't even going to help them? And you mentioned this is a form of hypnosis. I'm coming in on the angle going, looking at to do with, it's a form of subconscious thing from childhood, because I think we're all spoon-fed throughout all cultures, we're spoon-fed on the enchantment of fairy tales, and they're set in feudal times. But there's always the king, the queen, the princesses, and everything.
Yeah.
But it's like this use of there's a book called The Uses of Enchantment about fairy tales.
Well, we're living in a fairy tale in this country because we've got no end of kings and queens and baronets.
I was going to say that, about the queen as well. That's why they appeal for the queen and this the genuflecting, as you say. This thing. It's like I'm not saying we're being brainwashed, but it's a very subconscious thing, and it's also aspiration, isn't it?
Well, it's fantastical aspiration because you'll never get there, never, ever, 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 ever get there. It's all inherited. If you were born rich, then you will stay rich in all likelihood. If you were born poor, then that's where you will stay in all likelihood.
But at the same time, the weird thing is, though, at the same time, you've got Cinderella, and that Cinderella story, she was what was she? She was a maid.
Yeah.
Really mistreated, but she ended up marrying the prince, and they lived happy ever after. So it was possible to break down the barriers. That's what I say. It's a form of enchantment, which is it's weird, but it's on a subconscious level. Look,
it reinforces the status quo. The idea that you could luck out, you could buy that winning lottery ticket and leave your glass slipper behind, and some prince will find it and drag you from your despair and destitution. But it's vanishingly unlikely to happen unless you also happen to be a princess.
Yeah, but I mean it's strange because it was all set in sort of that feudal society, wasn't it? But if Britain could be put on the psychoanalyst couch. That's what I keep thinking.
If Britain could be put on the psychoanalyst couch, then they'd have to book us in 3 times a week for the next 10 years, as a minimum.
Because maybe we're all. I mean, we're not so much in control like we like to think we are.
Yeah.
We're not.
We need a lot of help, Jan. A lot.
We're not so rational, are we? We're much ruled by the subconscious.
Yeah. I don't think
we don't know enough about the mind.
I don't think we can afford all of the sessions that would be required to set us straight.
But it's true though. There was a book written called The Uses of Enchantment.
Yeah, you keep saying
about
that.
Fairy tales.
Was it a book?
By Bruno Bettel.
Oh, well, if it was a book, then...
A psychoanalyst, he wrote it.
Absolutely did not read it.
Boring!
A book by a psychoanalyst. Oh, my God, it just got worse.
No, it's just the subconscious mind. We like to think we're so much in control of everything, but we're not.
We're not, no.
We're very much...
out of control. I know I am. Jan, I got to go. But George tweets, I will never tire of hearing newsreaders say Edwin Poots. Yeah, me neither. And now I know what he looks like. I will always look forward to seeing a picture of Edwin Poots. I looked him up during the news. This says, tug your forelock and give all your money to the toffs. Well, I think that this entire country has been repurposed for that exact scenario. Knightsbridge, hello, Freddie.
Hi, Nick. Thanks for taking my call.
Freddie.
I just had a very simple question. We were debating this at after work drinks. If it was a legal obligation to vote, 1, do you think we would have Brexit? And 2, would the Labour Party be in power now?
Well, 1, I don't know. Probably not, depending on what age we're... I mean, if we stick it with 18 and everybody had to vote, then probably not. Probably because I said at the time that I predicted, not those, I'm a great sage or a seer, I predicted Donald Trump and Brexit before the votes, because as I said over and over again at the time, the people who who want Brexit are obsessed by it. They are single-issue obsessives and continue to be so to this day, remarkably. I mean, they've got what they want, but they're still angry.
Yeah.
Remarkable.
Yeah.
You imagine what they'd be like if they'd lost. But 100% of the people that wanted Brexit would go out and vote, but a far smaller percentage of people who didn't want it would go out and vote because they weren't obsessed by it because it was the status quo.
Exactly.
So
that's exactly who I am. Except I voted, but I feel like there's a lot of people in my generation who, like you said, the status quo. They just took it for granted. They took what they had for granted. They're kind of in their own little bubble. You know, they're not really. You know, we're becoming individuals, right? You know, we're not really concerned by what's happening in Westminster, what's happening with the fishing industry. We're concerned with, you know, whether we're getting enough likes on our Instagram posts, and you know, it's like
the important stuff.
That's exactly, and that's why people are not voting, and you touched on this earlier, where we could literally all do our own little bit and make big changes, and this is literally that case.
Yeah.
You know, if everyone literally was forced to vote, you know,
I think we should be. But it's not a punishment. It's
an investment.
You should be grateful for the opportunity. But like anything that is free, people treat it as though it is worthless.
Okay, but what about if they give you like £100 Amazon voucher? I know like 10 friends already that they would like vote.
Yeah.
You know,
well, I agree. You know, yes, but you shouldn't have to. You shouldn't have to be persuaded to do it. You should just blooming well do it. Otherwise, you'll get thrashed.
No, exactly. And you know, it's just such a shame because I refuse to believe that as a country. You know, I hear this a lot that you know it's okay to be racist. You know, I don't think that we're there. I just think it's the case where those who are normally indifferent about stuff just keep quiet, and because they're in their own bubbles. I don't think as a country we're in a case where it's okay to be racist or the loudest voice always wins. I don't think yes. Quiet.
Exactly. I see people get disheartened because they think, oh well, you know, we tried and we're still stuck with this regime, and the Labour Party doesn't look like they're going to be in power forever, and the Liberal Democrats don't stand a chance, and the Greenies are the 4% party, so we're going to be stuck with them forever. And but see, but don't think like that, Freddie. Every person can affect a change either on their own or in combination with other people.
I completely agree.
But to be forced to vote, if every single person had to go and vote, then no, we probably wouldn't have left the European Union, and this party probably wouldn't be in power now. I'm not sure that the Labour Party would, but they would perhaps be justified in holding a coalition with the Lib Dems and the Greenies, which would be more representative of the majority of the people in this country. There you go, Freddie. That's a complete and full answer. I hope that that is sufficient. Let's have a call in Stoke. Ryan.
Hello?
Yes, Ryan.
Hi. So basically, I've been in London all day today. I've come home and the prices of the trains are ridiculous.
How much?
So literally, it cost me £110 to get home.
What?
Yeah, literally.
From London to Stoke is £110.
Yeah.
One way.
Ridiculous.
One way.
One way. One way.
Wow.
I know. So my question is, with everyone working from home, what is the point of HS2?
There is no point. There never was any point of HS2. The whole idea of HS2 was that business persons could shave off 10 minutes on their trip when they went to a business meeting from London to Birmingham or vice versa. But
so they can claim on expenses.
Well, probably.
So the only people paying for this are business owners. Expenses. There's literally, I don't see any point in HS2.
There isn't any. There never was any point in HS2. Why we got stuck with it is beyond me. I think it just became it got to the point that it was too much loss of face to admit that somebody had screwed up right at the beginning, and we should never have gone down that route. I mean, it's pretty much going to be.
With it.
I know they do, because I think it's too much loss of face to admit that they've wasted all that money. So they're determined to go through with it, even though it's completely unnecessary.
Exactly. I'm with the same view as you there.
So, Ryan, what was the train like? Don't tell me what the.
It was quiet. Very quiet.
Right. But was it luxurious inside, like a first-class cabin? Were you given cocktails at your seat, some snacks, perhaps, something like that?
Not particularly. No. No.
A rug for your knees, a cushion, perhaps.
I wish.
Was there a masseur to relieve your tension during the course of the trip?
I wish.
Well, what did you get for 110 quid?
It was not particularly a lot. No, nothing really. Just a one-way ticket to London to Stoke.
Stoke. Well,
exactly. Stoke as well.
Well, I've never been to Stoke, and I imagine that it's probably fantastic in every way, shape, and form. Is that right?
It is. It literally, yeah. You can't beat it. It's the centre of the Wales.
Yeah, it makes London look like Baghdad.
Exactly. Right. Who wants to be there right now?
Precisely. All right, good work. Thanks a lot, Ryan. HS2 makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. But they're going to go ahead and do it anyway. It never did make any sense. It was ancient technology before they'd even stopped designing it. Never mind about building it. I mean, we're all about tubes now, baby. I mean, the bearded weirdo is, he's got a tube going, and so's Elon Musk, and, practically every billionaire on Earth that isn't engaged in going to space is building a tube that you get shot down at about 1 billion miles a second. It's like being loaded into the barrel of a gun and blasted towards where you want to go. 800 miles an hour. Yeah, I've got no idea what I'm talking about now on this or any other subject, but I think it's approximately 800 miles an hour, which in kilometres is about 3,000 kilometres an hour. Can you believe that?
No.
10 minutes it was going to shave off the journey time between Birmingham and London. What's the point of that? I mean, if it costs 110 quid to go on some rattling old choo-choo train from London to Stoke, can you imagine how much an HS2 ticket's going to cost? I mean, it's going to be off the scale, isn't it? Because they've got to pay back all that money, honey. You might as well be able... I mean, you would be able to... never mind about buy a ticket on a private plane. You'd be able to buy a private plane with the price of a ticket on HS2. There isn't going to be anybody on it. Business people have phones now. I mean, okay, mobile phones can't actually be used as a phone yet. They haven't managed to figure out the technology to use a mobile phone as a phone. But they have landlines. You can speak to a business person on a landline, surely. And they've got Zoom now. Get Lionel Richie on the phone and he'll sing it for us.
Rock and roll!
In fact, don't. Cancel that request. Chris texts, can I just say I'm having an absolutely marvellous time? No, Chris. No, you can't. Paul says, why are all your texts from Paul tonight? Is it the same Paul? From Paul. Brackets, a different one. What's happening on this show? I mean, does anybody have any idea what's going on this show?
No.
This one says, my 15-year-old twin sons will meme Mr. Poots out of existence before breakfast. Yeah, you got a wave of memes coming at you, Mr. Poots. Prepare yourself. Twickenham. Blade, is that your name?
It's not Paul.
Blade, okay. Blade.
It is indeed. How are you, Nick?
Good, thanks.
Where do I sign up for one of those tickets to Stoke?
Yeah, I'm afraid they're all sold out.
Okay, ringing in terms of this new Indian variant
Right. Yeah.
So we were notified that there's a new variant which is more deadly and the rest. And we allowed 3 weeks to close the borders. Which
we didn't do.
as we saw. Yeah, we of course we didn't.
20,000 people pouring into this country on a daily basis, which is curious because this government launched itself into power by claiming that they were going to close our borders. Really weird that that's the last thing that they have thought to do.
But to top it up, we had the G7 summit in Cornwall, and we invited some delegates, didn't we? Very smartly, and one or two of them happened to have the variants, which they all travelled in the same plane, of course, and they all met. And Mr. Buffoon Johnson had a bit of a cough today. I'm surprised if he hasn't got a second.
Right.
It's just that it doesn't see the hospital. But if I can add as well, Nick, in terms of voting for Tories, I come from Albania originally, and we've got a very difficult political situations in our country, so I couldn't say much. However, being an outsider, I'm a businessman. I run my own business, and Tories are good for business compared to Labour.
Are they?
In the 20 years that I've been in the country, yes, they are better than Labour, I think.
Well, in what way, though?
They do offer the support, and they do. Excuse me. They do give you the opportunity to do well, and Labour's focus has always been on creating jobs and looking after the working people, which is not a bad thing, of course. But
see, I'm not sure that's entirely true. How old are you?
I'm 40.
40 years old? And when did you start your business?
12 years ago.
Right, so for that entire period, the Conservative Party have been in power. So how do you know what the Labour Party were doing?
I have been here 20 years, and I remember Tony Blair being in power.
Yeah. Well, he was good for business, surely. Particularly if you made bullets and bombs.
Of course. I mean, well, the other side, yes, you're right in a way. Twickenham is a Lib Dem area, it always kind of has been. So, but I can't vote at the moment because I am a resident, but still on an Albanian passport 20 years later.
Right.
Thanks to all the Home Secretaries. But I couldn't vote for Tories with Boris Johnson as the Prime Minister. No way. I mean, yes, you're right to say that Labour is not doing any better recently, but
I think that the Labour Party's problems have been visited upon it by the offshore billionaire-owned right-wing media barons who levelled their guns at Jezza Corbyn and pummeled him for year after year after year until Sparkles came along and took Hazza away from us, Cruella de Marco. Yep. Until that happened, the number one bête noire for the press, the most evil person on the face who has ever existed on the face of the earth outside the devil himself was Jeremy Corbyn, and I think they just pummeled him out of existence to the point that people just started spouting what they read in the newspaper, and we're still there. If you explain Jeremy Corbyn's policies to people, they almost universally say, yeah, I agree with that, until you tell them that they're Jeremy Corbyn's policies. And then they scream and they run away.
Indeed. I think British politics in general need a spark, and I don't know where that's going to come from, but it definitely needs a spark. It needs to change.
It does.
It's been...
Although, having said that, I mean, you'd think that to unseat Donald Trump, you would need somebody like Donald Trump. And America did it with the exact opposite of Donald Trump. He couldn't be more reserved, more quiet, more establishment, and the exact opposite of what you would think would be the person to unseat Donald Trump. You would think that to get him out You'd have to have somebody louder than him.
Louder, of course.
Yeah, but it's the opposite of that. So, maybe that's where we're going.
But people do have enough, and of course, people are not stupid. As much as you have the loud supporters
I don't know.
for Donald Trump.
I am.
And people are not stupid.
I think they are. Stop saying that, Blade. I think people are stupid. I'm amazed that most people can figure out how to get out of a chair without help.
I do think you're right in the point. We've got the the wallpaper scenario here very recently. No one cares. In fact, you can ask Melania Trump if she cares.
Yeah, well, we know that Melania Trump doesn't care, but the wallpaper thing, people have they have misconstrued what that's all about. It's not about wallpaper. It's not about his hideous taste in refurbishments. It's not about how much they've spent. It's about who spent the money, who he was tapping to buy it for him. Of course, with the implication being that he would owe that person. Well, of course. I mean, if you do up your place at home and the bill comes in from the builder and you think, well, I'll get a mate to pay for it. You're going to owe that mate, aren't you? Chipping Camden. Tony.
Yeah. Hello.
Is that a real place? Chipping Camden?
Chipping Camden is a real place.
Okay, then. Go ahead.
Well, I just find you sort of slightly offensive about things.
Say what? What?
I just think you've all got your own little opinion on things. And I think it's out of date, personally.
We have? You mean me?
Yeah.
I have an opinion on things, yes.
I think it's like, not you personally, but it's slightly out of date.
Okay.
We sit here and when we listen to give our opinion, all we have is about 10 minutes of basically every advert going through anything else.
I have no idea what you're saying, Tony. What are you saying?
I'm saying, like, I think LBC is so London orientated, and it's so ridiculous, personally.
Okay, I've got some of those words. You think LBC is something in London? Something ridiculous.
And it doesn't realise what the rest of the country is going on.
Okay, well, here we have an opportunity, Tony, because you are from the rest of the country. So, what do you think?
I personally think that I like listening to LBC. I like James O'Brien. I like everything about it, but it's so London orientated.
Right, but you've said that. But so we have somebody who's not in London on the phone. That is you. So, what do you think about the issues, Tony?
What issues? What issues do you want to start on? Give me your opinion on those issues, and I'll give you my opinion.
What is it that you called up in a state of high agitation about?
I just listen to you, and I think a lot of time, loads of things that you just don't realise what the whole population is going on about.
Well, see, this is what I'm talking about. We have an opportunity now. You, representing the rest of the nation, tell us, what are your thoughts?
Well, I think loads of things. Like where I live, it's completely wrong where I live. I'm 42. I've had
42 years old.
I've been double jabbed.
You've been what?
I've been double jabbed on my COVID jab.
You've been double jabbed, right?
At 42. My wife's 38. She had her first jab. So that's not right to the rest of the country, is it?
It's not.
I know a lot of people.
It's not right to the rest of the country. I don't know what that means.
Well, I mean, a lot of the country haven't had their first jab.
Yeah.
I'm 42 and I've
42 years old. Yes.
Double jab.
Right. And what's your point?
Well, I think the rest of the country, the whole country has different. Wherever you live, basically, people get different scenarios on how they're treated.
Yeah.
So, if you're in London, I would imagine that you probably only had one jab if you're 42, if not any.
Right.
Yeah. So my view is that I think there's a whole place of the whole UK has got different things going, there's different parts there, and there's no logic to it anyway.
Right. Okay. Right, so different places are different.
Yeah, so I think that you can watch the politicians talking about stuff, saying if you're over 40, you have the jab, if you're under 30, whatever the rule is. The honest answer is there's no logic to it anywhere.
Right. Can I ask you about the jab itself? Are there any side effects, or are you...
I had a little...
Always?
Not really, to be honest.
Not really, no.
Not really.
Right. So
I quite enjoyed it.
This is... He quite enjoyed it. Just a little pinprick. That'll keep you going for the show. Come on, it's time to go.
Rock and roll!
Thanks, Tony, for whatever that was. John emails, are you saying the train service is not what it's cracked up to be? Oh, these are the jokes, folks. A listener with material.
Oh, no.
This says, Stoke makes London look like Baghdad. How can you be so... hello, love listening to it. Okay, thanks a lot, Anonymous. My glamorous assistant, you don't have to keep putting up... things that say, I really like you. I mean, I appreciate it. Thanks ever so much. But it's a bit embarrassing to read them out on the air. Well, you don't have to get rid of all of them. Going to delete all of them. They can't all really like me. Lorraine says they'll have to move Parliament as nobody else will be able to afford to travel on HS2. Well, that is, I wouldn't be remotely surprised. Oh, maybe that would be their little scheme. They'll open up Birmingham as an alternative to the Houses of Parliament while they're, titivating them to their precise requirements. And that, by that method, they'll level up the north and, use HS2. Good thinking there, Lorraine. Patrick says, Labour needs to quit sourcing leadership candidates from planet Skaro. What does that mean? Daleks are old school. It's time they brought in a jovial, porky Cyberman, just like the one currently running the country. Jovial? Porky? What do you think, Bojo?
I can't comment on that.
Yeah, I don't watch Doctor Who. Never have. It's the silliest programme. It's not for grown-ups. Why do grown-ups watch Doctor Who? I mean, come on. How bored are you on a Saturday? Just stare out the window would be better. I decided at a very, very early age that Doctor Who was a silly programme and I wasn't going to waste my time watching it. And I remember the moment, which I have said on the air many times before. Stop me if I'm repeating myself. Doctor Who, I can't remember which one it was. Doctor Who disappears into a tent and gets zapped by some alien creature to the point that he becomes he looked like a pulsating puddle of sick on the floor. Like they'd reduced him to, I'm sure they went to a joke shop and got one of those plastic puddles of sick. And they just put that on the floor and, I don't know, just jiggled it about a bit to make it look like it was alive. And his assistant walks into the tent and looks at where the puddle of plastic sick is, which used to be Doctor Who, because he got zapped, remember, the beginning of this story. Can you remember back as far as the beginning of this story?
No.
This seems to have taken forever. Anyway, did you hear? The Doctor walked into a tent. He got zapped by an alien, and he became a puddle of sick on the floor. And his assistant walks into the tent, takes one look at the puddle of sick on the floor that used to be the Doctor and says, Doctor, are you all right? At that moment, I thought, no, this is not for me. I'll watch what's on the other side, which... being in the bad old days probably meant that there was only one other channel available, and it was blooming opera.
Boring.
Oh, I seem to have spent my entire youth when opera was the only alternative on the other side. You kids, you don't know you're born. "Oh, I'm so bored," they'll say.
Stop whining.
Yes, just stop whining. If that's any help. This one says, one feels so sorry for poor Boris. He has done so much for the British public during the COVID crisis, and he gets paid a pittance for his hard work. Shame on the British public complaining because someone has paid to decorate his flat.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
I feel shame. I've been shamed. Notting Hill, Sharif.
Hello, how are you doing?
Good, thanks.
Well, I tell you what, I'm collectively, completely, absolutely discombobulated by the
I knew you were
stupidity.
going to say that.
I don't understand what's going on with our country right now, right? You know, we're in a collective abusive relationship with a government, and we like it.
Yes, we do.
We're scared of getting out of it, too.
I think that there's a streak of masochism that you could land a plane on that goes all the way down the middle of this country. We love a bit of it. Thank you, sir. May I have another?
And we do, Nick, and we can say, I know somebody else would treat me better, but I know deep down inside Boris loves me.
Yes. Yeah.
I don't know what to do with it. I just can't understand it at all. What's going on? And this Indian variant that's come along, you could see it coming, I could see it coming, anyone else could see it coming. Except Boris.
Well, it's beyond that. It's not that they didn't know it was coming, because we were alerted to that fact.
Warning, warning.
People have been yelling about it for weeks, and yet, once again, they made the exact same mistake that they made all the way along. Again. And it becomes to the point that you think, well, it's not a mistake, it's a deliberate policy. How can they keep making the same mistake?
Nick, what you said earlier on, I couldn't concur with more, wholeheartedly. It's like there's only so many mistakes you can forgive without thinking there's a design behind it.
Yeah.
And I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I don't believe the world's run by lizards. How can our government be this stupid?
See, I mean, okay, I'm not accusing them of this, but if they wanted to fashion an excuse to strip this country of parts like a second-hand car, then they could
carpet bag everything.
They could fashion no better excuse or cover than an ongoing emergency that never ends, created by being late to lockdown over and over and over again.
Exactly. This is it. And the point is, though, you've got people like Brian from Stockton-on-Tees who will continually be a armchair general, and he'll be a conservative, even though his roots means he shouldn't be that way. I don't understand. When you've got working class people voting for these people, this is what scares the life out of me. Why would you vote for somebody who hates your existence?
Well, the reason became evident in that video from Hartlepool. Did you see it?
I saw it. I did see it. I did. I showed it to my wife and to my son, my youngest son.
Right.
And we couldn't believe the stupidity that was manifested on that boat.
And I'm sure they're very nice people, but they have been sorely misinformed. Yes.
But to say that the Labour Party killed the NHS and the Labour Party killed their police services and the Labour Party shut all their, the youth clubs. We've been how many years of Conservative government we've been going through?
It's slightly idiotic, but it does fit a plan, and the plan is as follows. The government has been playing the long game in much the same way that the Republicans have. Everything that this government does seems to have a strong whiff of Republican policy to me.
It does. It definitely does.
The voter ID cards is a Republican thing, making it more difficult for people who would most probably vote against you is a Republican thing.
Exactly. Guess who's not going to vote? It's going to be the people who are going to vote against you.
Right.
Which is exactly.
And the other thing, which is playing the really long game, is apart from making in the minds of the people judges being the enemy of the people, so that any judge that upholds the law against against the government is acting not in the interest of the people, which is the opposite of the truth. But the big long game is to defund areas that persist in voting against you, so that the cuts that are made by a Labour council, for instance, will be blamed on Labour as opposed to the cuts that they are forced to make because the funds from central government
But Nick, I
have
was
been
having
sliced.
the same conversation. Sorry, I was having the same conversation with my wife about this because it's like my wife is a teacher, and you know, it's just what they give you less money, and they say we're giving you less money, but you can do what you want with it. Right. And the point is, though, and when the police stations close and when everything else closes around, they can go, oh, no, it's Labour's fault.
Yes.
It's Labour's fault. It's an insidious con trick, which is what Boris really is. He's a mendacious moron.
Well, no, he's not a moron. I'll go with mendacious, but he's not a moron. It's actually quite... It's not very smart, but it's just
But why
smart
are we falling
enough.
for it, Nick? Why are we falling for it? I don't understand it. I'm talking to you, and I can gather that you understand it, and I understand it.
Well,
My wife understands it.
I think it's the exact same reason that people fell for Donald Trump.
I love the poorly educated.
It's a certain demographic.
Oh, and I'll tell you what, the fellow who rang earlier on, who said that I won't use the terminology he used when he said that you only talk to people who particularly lubricate and
Agree with me.
Well, I don't know what he was trying to imply, but the point is that that's not true. That's not true at all.
Well,
you're
I can only
a fair-minded individual.
Well, not really, but I can only talk to the people that call. I can't call up people randomly and ask them for their opinion. I can only put on people who call. That's what I am restricted to. Here, Sheriff, I'm going to have to go, but thanks for that. Let's have a call in beautiful downtown Camden. Ellie.
Hello.
Ellie.
Hi, dude.
Ellie.
I feel terrible.
Well, you do live in Camden.
Yeah, there's that too. I feel really sick about our Prime Minister and Priti Patel, and your last caller was brilliant. Absolutely. The reason that we are all, half the country is hypnotised, in my belief, is that we have been gaslighted for 5 solid years, and the country has Stockholm Syndrome.
A little bit, yeah. I do believe that that's probably true, yeah.
What are we going to do? You have to have an answer.
I think that...
Somebody has to have an answer, because we are going to hell.
Well, you know, in periods of great despondency like this, it does appear to be that this time will never end. But that we know from history that it always ends. That's the thing with periods that you go through, that there always is an end point, and then something else comes along. It's just, can you wait that long?
I don't know if I'll live that long. I'm sorry. Over the top.
Well,
your last caller just was so on the money that I realised how absolutely furious I am. And I'm also quite frightened for the future of my family, who obviously are my children and much younger than me. So I just wanted to say that, because I am just so alarmed that so many people are just in a dream.
Can I just confirm
Can I be in a dream?
You can be,
please?
yes, absolutely. But can I just confirm that your children are younger than you?
Yes, absolutely.
They are, right. Okay.
So we both have some common sense left.
Yeah, we do, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, well, I wish you all the best. Thanks a lot, Ellie. Chin up, it might never oh, no, that's right, it already has. John says, I'll have you know there are many Tory supporters that cannot wait to shave 15 minutes off a journey from Paddington to somewhere near Birmingham. It's the sort of engineering achievement that would be the envy of the world. It could even one day be one of the 8 wonders of the world, as in, I just wonder what they were thinking. Listener with material. But, yeah, it don't make no sense. And I do think that if somebody had a bright spark of an idea a long time ago, and they said, hey, you know what, it'll only cost £10 billion. £10 billion, that's all. And, of course, if they say it's going to cost £10 billion, then it's going to cost £110 billion, and it'll take 5 times as long as they initially expected it would take. And now we're here. And because they spent so much money on it, they don't want to be accused of wasting that money. So they are digging their heels in ever more furiously and insisting that it's going to go ahead, because nobody wants to be the one that cancels something that's already cost us a boatload of money. And you remember Bodger has a great history of starting things that he doesn't finish. Like the bridge, for instance. The Boris Bridge. Oh, my God. Every single thing he did as the Mayor of London had to be alliterative, had to refer back to the dear leader. Boris Bus, Boris Bridge. Everything began with a B with that man. But yeah, he was going to do the Boris Bridge, and he wanted a bridge to France, I think, and he also wanted a bridge to Ireland. What is it with that bloke and bridges? Maybe he's burnt so many of them with his various, shenanigans that he's obsessed with building them in real life.
Disgusting.
Awful. This says, I don't know what's funnier, Poots or eagles pinching pets? Well, it's got to be Poots. I mean, poor little pets. I mean, that story again. The story is funnier if you see the picture. Look it up on the World Wide Web, I double dare you. There have been regular sightings of bald eagles in Canada. Well, yeah, it's Canada. Some people have told local media that recently some of the larger eagles, which can have a wingspan of 8 feet, 8 feet, they're going after people's pets. I'm amazed they're not going after people. 8 feet? That's bigger than me. And it's bigger than you too, unless you play basketball for a living. Some pet owners have bought spiked collars and armour-like vests called coyote vests for them in an attempt to stop them being picked up by eagles. You've got to see a picture of this thing. A cute little dog with this thing on that's been strapped to it, this anti-eagle device. It looks like Robo-Dog. Poor little thing. Anyway, it's a visual it's a visual detail that doesn't work well on the radio. Idiot. James texted, patriotism is just Stockholm Syndrome with more bunting. More bunting? Oh, blimey, we're up to our eyeballs in bunting in this country. Flags and bunting, that's pretty much what we do. This entire nation has been repurposed as a bunting manufacturing device. Steve tweets, bought a ticket to Portugal last week for 50 quid. 50 quid? Wait a minute, it cost twice that to go to Stoke. Bought a ticket to Portugal last week for 50 quid. Governments then wonder why people want to go abroad. Why are they having the final of the Champions League in Portugal? What's the point of that? What kind of stupid moron would say, London? No. Let's make them go to another country. Football is run by idiots. Well, the lads done great, and it's all credit to the lads, and the lads done great, and it's all credit to the manager and the fans and the lads. I don't know why I went into Liverpool there, because that's what I was attempting. You know what? I can't go to another call, because I've just seen what time it is, and I'm fresh out. And when you're out, you are out.
I really like you. Do you like me?
Yes, footballers took to the pitch and they took a knee and the crowd cheered. They said, "Boo!" Hard to believe that actually happened, but apparently it did. Boo, they said. Fans at Wembley for the FA Cup final appeared to boo at Chelsea and Leicester City players as they took to the knee moments before kick-off. Yeah, they thought that they were going to get a rugby match, and then they realised just too late. They said, "Boo!" A smattering of jeers. Smattering? What does that sound like? A smattering of jeers could be heard as both sets of players, coaching teams and the match officials made the anti-racism gesture. Hey, how's kicking racism out of football going, by the way?
Oh, fabulous.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, well, never mind. Keep trying. Wembley has welcomed back 21,000 supporters and a considerable number of morons for the pilot event set out as the government begins easing lockdown measures on their road map to normality. Boris Johnson is our sat-nav.
Oh, no.
What could possibly go wrong? What's that noise? Oh, yes. So, wet and windy weather is set to blight Britain for at least another week, as forecasters warned the damp spring is going to drag on. Further downpours are expected into next week as the UK's wet May continues. The Met Office has said this month it had already seen 61.1 millimetres of rain up to today. 61.1 millimetres of rain up to today, which is 88% of the average total for May. And we're not even halfway through, fact fans. And that seems quite a lot, 61 millimetres. What is that? It's about this much? Is it about this much? Well, let's work it out. Let's not guess, let's just work it out. 61 millimetres. You double it and add 32 to get feet. So double 61 is 142. And 142 plus 32 is... It's 184. Wow. We've had 184 feet of rain this month already. Can you believe that?
No.
And on top of that, it's going to be bloomin' freezing. The Met Office says it's actually going to be colder than Finland. Wherever that is. But it's okay because we will be allowed to go inside from Monday. We'll be free to be cooped up indoors as the rain lashes the windows of the pubs that will throw open their doors to allow us all inside. Isn't that great?
Yeah.
In other news, our dear leader has sleepwalked us into another disaster in the making by being late to lockdown and to protect the nation for... What's he up to now? Is it the fourth time he's done that? It almost is beginning to seem deliberate.
Correct.
Just a little bit deliberate. A little bit on the deliberate side is what it seems, being late all the time. If he was a woman, he'd be pregnant. Almost seems like a purposeful attempt to keep us on a permanent state of emergency, don't it? But why would he do that? Why would anybody do that? Well, did you hear the nice old lady in the spangly hat, what she said the other day? No, not that one. This lady. You know, the nice lady dresses in pastels. Usually wears a spangly hat. That one. Well, she said, it was right there in the Queen's speech, the government wants to tear up the rules on handing out government contracts. I mean, you'd be surprised to learn perhaps that there are rules governing the handing out of government contracts. They've ignored them all, though, of course, under the cloak of an emergency. And now they want to tear up what little rules there are on handing out government contracts, all of which they have previously ignored with impunity. And now they want to change the law to accommodate their past behaviour. Wouldn't that be great if we could all do that? Whatever you've just done that's wrong, give somebody a ring and say, can you change the law to make it okay what I've just done? Whatever it is. They want to tear up any rule that prevents them from handing out government contracts to whoever they want in an emergency. That's the important part. I mean, if you were intent on stripping the country for parts, then you would want there to be no rules, wouldn't you? I mean, nothing that anyone could say that they want an inquiry about, for instance. I mean, they'd ignore the inquiry, of course, but it rather spoils the day when you've got oiks saying that you've engaged in criminal asset stripping and handing out billions to mates and donors. So get rid of all those rules. Under an emergency. Say it's for our own good. You know, save lives, speed up the response, and then all you've got to do is create a permanent state of emergency. And Bob's your uncle. And Bob's a billionaire. It's the only thing I can think of that explains the constant delays. You come up with a reason. Why, oh why, oh why? Why does it take so long to shut a blooming border? And the care homes, and this perpetual state of lateness that has embodied everything that this regime has done. They're always late for everything. Late again, boy! It's either that. It's either that they are just fashioning a way to strip this country for parts, or they really don't learn from one deadly lesson after the next that has killed thousands time and time and time and time again. I mean, the whole thing that got them elected was repelling foreigners, wasn't it? Sealing the borders, you know, stopping the hordes flooding in. Look, there's going to be 80 million Turks on the door. Well, we know who pointed out that danger.
I'm a nutcase.
He's been strangely silent lately, you know, ever since the demise of the fishing industry. The whole thing that got them, that got so many people to put an X next to their name was the idea of closing the borders. That was supposed to be their deal. How come they only can do that to bedraggled desperados in dinghies and not the 20,000 people that come through Heathrow every day with passports and have to go through security? It's not like they're invisible, is it? It's not like they're sneaking in the dead of night. We can see you. I mean, be disastrously late once, shame on them. Late twice, shame on us for voting for them. Late for everything, and either they need a watch, or they need to be watched by warders in prison. These people are keen. What do they want? Southampton. Hello, Simon.
Nick, good evening.
Simon.
I've got 2 points and a prediction.
Couple of 3 points.
Right, now point one, I know you can't talk about the ads.
The what?
But I just want to comment on an ad that I've heard on the radio a few times.
Oh, yeah.
And the irony of a certain Home Secretary who makes the claim that our politics and culture is broken.
Yes.
Which
bit?
Well, I think that the fact of the person saying it, I think she's having a laugh, isn't she? Considering that she's mainly the cause of it. That's point one.
Right. I have no idea what point one was about, but what's point two like? Let's see if I like this one better. Go ahead.
Right. Point two. Hang on a minute. I've just got to put my tongue firmly into my cheek.
Yes, okay.
Right, now.
Is it there?
It's there. Any second now, I am positive that Keir Starmer is going to pop onto my radio and my television to make a point of telling myself and the rest of the people in this country who I live with
that he agrees with the Prime Minister.
that we have a Prime Minister and a government who once again are going to lead to the deaths and the illnesses of many people. Yeah. And he's also going to explain to voters the reason why photographic ID, the reason why that's being brought in, and then he's going to suggest strongly that younger people and people who don't yet have any photo ID make a point of getting it before the next election. I'm sure he's going to do it.
Right.
I'm sure he's going to appear on my telly to tell us those things. He's got to, surely.
But why? So, which bit of that is ironic, or you're being sarcastic? I don't get it.
No. The irony bit was a bit about Priti Patel telling somebody on a podcast.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And the bit about hang on a minute, tongue back in cheek.
Yes, here we
Keir
go.
Starmer, he's going to do that, isn't he? Because Keir Starmer is on the ball, and he's on the case. Yeah, he's on a point.
Yeah, sure. He's on a ball like a circus seal. I couldn't remember what the name of those things are. A circus seal.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's on a ball like a circus seal. Yes.
And the prediction is
he's going to say, "Go get yourself a picture ID." I know. A flashbang. What a picture. What a photograph. Everybody sing. Poor old soul. Blimey, what a joke. Hat blown off in a cloud of smoke. Lap hands. Stamp your feet. Banging on a big bass drum. I knew that was coming, but it still made me laugh. Here, Simon, have we finished with you, Simon?
No.
Oh,
I've got a prediction.
There's more. All right, okay, go ahead.
I've got a prediction, okay?
Right.
If we continue tomorrow, Monday, if we continue as we are meant to be doing, then it's going to be disaster.
Chaos.
And this virus is going to be hospitalising younger people.
Right.
And, ironically again, all of those people who've spent the last year, ringing LBC to say, protect the vulnerable and let everybody live their lives.
Right.
That's who it's going to go after.
Okay.
Thanks, Nick.
Okay, no worries. Oh, there's going to be a lot of deceased, yes, but I mean, at least it's not a matter of life and death. No hurry, Bodger. You take your time. Nick's texts, I'm an educator and a classical liberal. What does that mean? I too would boo at people taking the knee out of wokeness rather than personal belief. I bet you wouldn't take the knee simply out of stupidity. That makes no sense. I hope you're not an educator because you're not making any sense, Nick. I bet you would take the knee simply out of stupidity. What on earth does that mean? Explain yourself, man. Yeah, for his part, Wilfred Zaha, he don't do that no more. I think he's the only one. I'm surprised that he's the only one who doesn't take a knee. He stands. People booing when the players took a knee at Wembley this afternoon. Can you believe that?
Yes.
Absolutely I can, yes. Try kicking stupidity out of football, I double dare you. Oh, well, it's all credit to the fans and it's all credit to the lads. And the lads done great and it's all credit to the fans and the lads and the manager. These boos were then drowned out by loud cheers seconds later before Michael Oliver, the referee, officially got the cup final underway. 21,000 supporters for the pilot event, which is set out by the government as they begin to ease lockdown measures on their roadmap to normality. What's that then? Normality? I have a dim, distant memory of something that might approach that, but nothing I can really grab a hold of. Normality, you say? I'll look it up. Back in February, Crystal Palace star Wilfred Zaha became the first Premier League player to stop taking the knee and instead chose to stand for the 8-second interval. 8 seconds. He said the taking the knee thing had become degrading and had lost all meaning, while a number of EFL clubs also made the decision to abandon the gesture. I didn't know that, but then who watches EFL? Not me. I ain't got no time to watch the Premier League, never mind about the EFL. Zaha said, and this makes perfect sense to me, he said, I feel kneeling has just become part of the pre-match routine. Yeah, it don't really mean nothing no more. He said, at the moment, it doesn't matter whether we kneel or we stand. Some of us still continue to receive abuse. He said, as a society, I feel we should be encouraging better education in schools, and social media companies should be taking stronger action against people who abuse others online, not just footballers. He said, the whole kneeling down, why must I kneel down for you to show that we matter? Why must I even wear Black Lives Matter on the back of my top to show you that we matter? This is all degrading stuff. It is. And the fact that he has to say that is embarrassing for the people of this country. I'm embarrassed. Darren tweets, all Boris is doing is keeping voters happy above public health. How is he keeping us happy? Oh, by reopening everything, you mean? He should delay opening by 2 weeks. It's not a lot to ask. Opening up now will mean the spread of the... Opening up now will mean the spread will spread like wildfire. I could do with one of them spread sandwiches around about now. Doesn't that sound fantastic? One of those salad spread sandwiches. What are they called? Salad spread. Salad spread. Salad, not salad cream, because that's like, ugh. But I don't know what's in it, but it's like salad cream with chunks in it. Pretty much the same way that it looks if you regurgitate it. Oh, so yummy. Not the last part, the bit before. This says, I bet you would take the knee simply out of stupidity is perfectly grammatical. Regards, an educator, Nick. I'm not questioning its grammaticalness. Nobody is questioning its grammaticalness. I'm questioning its logic. What does it mean? Pass it for me. That's P-A-R-S-E. Or you could just pass it. An educator, my eye. Well, if you are an educator, then that answers a lot of questions we've had about the kids. Anyway, the rest of this Darren tweet is, all Boris is doing is keeping voters happy about public health. He should delay opening by up to 2 weeks. It's not a lot to ask. Opening up now will mean the spread will spread like wildfire, and then we will lose control of it. It is common sense. Well, there's nothing common about it. Sense. And Laura says, Keir is on the case. Sounds like the Judge Rinder sequel. I've got no idea what that means. The sequel. Nothing makes sense anymore, have you noticed? I'm confused, and it's my show. What is going on here? Right. Oh, there's so much to talk about. Do you want to talk about Boris Johnson's holiday?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay then. He's all going on a freebie holiday. All right, I'll get to that in a minute. But first, here's a couple of 3 important calls. Dagenham, Ian.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I heard that Priti Patel had been involved in some dodgy PPE deal or something, some 20 million PPE deal. Right. I mean, what is it with this damn government? I mean, it seems to me that something mug gets thrown at them. It seems to slip off.
Well, don't blame me. It's got nothing to do with me. I'm completely innocent in every regard, and I'm sure that she is too, unless an inquiry suggests otherwise. God, I mean, it's just like keeping up with them is really hard to do. I think that's partly the plan. Just hose us down with all manner of miscreant behaviour, and they will just give up after a while. It's the same with, misconstruing the truth. Not misconstruing. Get that educator back on the phone and he'll explain it to us. People who disseminate misinformation. It's like this government has hooked itself up to misinformation disseminator machine. Just hosing us down with it, they are. Boris Johnson faced a new sleaze row last night after it emerged that the parliamentary watchdog accused him of failing to come clean about his mustique holiday with his current girlfriend, Carrie Simmons. And I give her full name in case Bodger's forgotten what her name is. You know, what blizzard of women that he's involved with in his life. In case he forgot who he went on holiday with. Oh, God, which one was it? Parliamentary Commissioner for Standards. That's not a joke job, by the way. There is actually a Parliamentary Commissioner for Standards. For standards in Parliament. Can you believe that?
No.
No, I'm stunned. There's a whole person that looks after standards in Parliament. I am shocked to my core. Parliamentary Commissioner for Standards Catherine Stone said that the Prime Minister's break was worth more than twice the £15,000 he declared in the Commons Register. Liar! 15 grand for a holiday? Apparently not. It was 30 grand. For 10 days. 30,000. I'll have to get into this after the news. I'm running out of time, so I'll wipe one of these calls up right now. Oldbury, Ranjit.
Hi, mate. Nick, how you doing? Okay.
Good, thanks. Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to give you a prediction as well, because Boris Johnson has got such a big majority that he's going to try to push forward, the fixed-term parliament of 5 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's going to push forward so he can have an election mid-term. And he's going to do that soon as he feels that he's losing his grip on power.
Yeah, this isn't you predicting, really. This is just you reading the news.
Well, I said this about a year ago.
Oh, I see, right. So,
yeah.
okay.
And the other thing is, how long is it going to be before Boris Johnson sticks 2 fingers up to everybody and shouts, I love the poorly uneducated?
Not the poorly uneducated, because that's almost like a double negative. Take it from the master.
I love the poorly educated.
He loves the poorly educated.
And yesterday he had a gentleman on that was supposed to be from Aston in Birmingham, yeah, and he says he's been around with the high society. And do you remember that program called Come Fly With Me?
I don't even remember what you're talking about. What happened on this show yesterday? Come Fly With Me? No, I never heard of it. What is it?
Well, there's a program, and it's just a funny program. A guy's flicking burgers working at the airport. Yeah, basically.
Is this one of these fly on the wall things?
It's kind of a mockery of it, you know what I mean? I don't know what's the word I'm looking for. Anyway, they've got this young lad working there. He says, well, I'm flicking burgers working at the airport at the moment, and then soon I'm going to get promoted and I'm going to be flying jumbo jets, yeah? And that's what Boris Johnson is telling us. He says, don't worry about it. Today you might be flicking burgers, right? Tomorrow you're going to be flying to the moon, you're going to be doing this, that, yeah. And all these gullible people are just taking it in. Regarding immigration, showing these people coming on the dinghies, Nick, yeah?
Ranjit, you're just all over the place. I have no idea what you're talking about. Was that supposed to be a joke about the flipping burgers and then he's going to be flying the big birds?
No. Listen, you know, immigration now, they're going on about these people coming over on the dinghies from France, yeah? Because of the COVID-19 in India, all the people with lots of money have already flown over here to isolate from themselves in India. And at the moment, Boris Johnson, he's too scared of Modi. He can't even do nothing against him.
Your call is making me want to self-isolate from myself.
See, listen, if you're too close to the news, and I think I'll try to fill in where I can.
Okay, you go ahead, fill in where you can. Thanks a lot, Ranjit. Terry tweets, I know the product you mean, sandwich spread. Salad cream with tiny chunks. I could eat that straight out of the jar right now, as a matter of fact. I don't think I've had it since I was maybe 12, but I can taste it right now. You know what would be good with that? It's like the sort of thing that you have in a sandwich when you haven't got anything to put in a sandwich. Like back in the day when people had, if it was a cheese sandwich, I'm talking about I'm guessing the 70s. If you had a cheese sandwich in the 1970s, it was 2 pieces of bread with cheese in it, and that's it. That's all you'd have. It's like the sort of sandwich that you buy in France at the airport. It would be a dry roll with a bit of cheese in it. But if you didn't have any cheese, then you would put sandwich spread in the sandwich. Do they even make that stuff anymore? It's for when you want a sandwich, but you haven't got anything to put in a sandwich. But you know what would be good in that? Crisps. Stand aside, Heston Blumenek. I am inventing food here. Archie says, we're going to be in lockdown again by August and September. It's unbearable, the stupidity from this government. Yep. I betcha. I bet they'll look back and say, you know those 21,000 people that went to Wembley for the FA Cup final? You know that stupid inability to close a border to stop people from flying in from an enormous continent? Well, nobody could have seen that coming, says Bodger, and his fans will whoop and cheer. You're getting away with it, Bodger. Woo! Boris Johnson faced a new sleaze row after it emerged that the parliamentary watchdog, yes, there is such a person, has accused him of failing to come clean about his holiday in Mustique, wherever that is. He took his current girlfriend, Carrie Simmons, there. Parliamentary Commissioner for Standards, Catherine Stone, has said that the Prime Minister's break was worth more than twice the 15 grand he declared in the Commons Register. Not 15,000, 30,000. She said it was clear the bill had not been met by Tory donor and Carphone Warehouse co-founder David Ross, as the Prime Minister had claimed. Liar! And this is right up to date. We are first to know. No, apparently not. This is months old. The finding against him was delivered to Bodger privately and has been trying to dismiss it ever since. The PM told the Parliamentary Commissioner for Standards, Catherine Stone, that he and Carrie Simmons got the villa for half price as a last-minute bargain. This information leaked to the Daily Mail. He said, get this, he said that he stayed at the villa owned by the Carphone Warehouse bloke, but it wasn't owned by him. So now his position is that even though it was someone else's villa, it was essentially paid for by the bloke from the Carphone Warehouse, because on the island of Mustique, billionaires' villas are swapped like library books. Everyone can just help themselves. It's like a billionaire socialist nirvana where palatial villas worth tens of millions of pounds are just left for everyone to just help themselves. Groovy. I mean, that really is unbelievable. Bodger's position is that although the villa that they stayed in was not owned by Mr. Ross, the tycoon out of the car phone warehouse, he effectively paid for it because villas on the Caribbean island are swapped like Costa Brava timeshares, he said. Yeah, but even people who've got Costa Brava timeshares, they don't just leave the door open, do they? You can't stay in one person's Costa Brava timeshare and claim that it was somebody else's because they're both on the Costa Brava. Is that the best you can come up with, Bodger? He admitted his deal was unconventional, but he said there was nothing improper about it. Right. Nothing improper. You are right up to date. Nothing to see here. Please move along. You only know for sure that something is improper when the Prime Minister says that it isn't. When he says nothing to see here, please move along, there is definitely a lot to see here and you should remain rooted to the spot.
Affirmative.
And he fiercely denied that the holiday was in fact paid for by the highly secretive Mustique Island Company. The company controls villas which can cost £20 million each and owns the island. Wow! Part of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines, a tax haven where offshore trusts, a device for avoiding tax, are commonplace. No! That sounds like Bodger was in Bodger heaven, cozying up to billionaires and not paying for it. Does it get better than that, Bodge? The Mail also established that Parliamentary Commissioner for Standards, Catherine Stone's inquiry, launched 15 months ago, has been hampered by the refusal of the Mustique Island Company to take part. Kind of essential. The disclosures come days after she publicly confirmed that she is investigating Boris Johnson's post-election victory holiday to Mustique in December 2019. That is right. That date is correct. The first thing he did on being elected to run this country was go on holiday. A holiday he didn't pay for. And when he went away, on the first of many periods during which he was absent, that's when word was coming out from China about an invisible virus called COVID. And the very first thing he did in his new job was to say, right, that's it, I'm leaving. Who does that? Can you imagine starting a job and the first thing you say to your new employer is that you're taking a holiday? He sailed off into the sunset. Who starts any job, let alone the most important one in the country, and their first order of business is not going to work? I mean, and over and above that, seriously, does this guy pay for anything? How is he whining that he's broke all the time? He doesn't seem to pay for anything. Maybe, when he looks like he's got holes in his pockets, maybe the cash just slips out. The watchdog and the Prime Minister have been locked in a behind-the-scenes battle over whether he obeyed Commons rules, whereby MPs must reveal details of all financial donations and benefits. Rules. Those pesky little rules. Sources say that despite her announcement, the invigilator's announcement this week that her inquiry is ongoing, Miss Stone told Boris Johnson months ago she was certain he had flouted the rules. The name of the donor and the value of the benefit he had entered into the Commons Register of Financial Interests were incorrect, she said, meaning he was in breach of Westminster's Code of Conduct. And you know what that means? Thank you, sir. May I have another? The row over his 2-week break from not doing anything over Christmas and New Year to January the 5th last year started after he declared the 15 grand cost as a benefit in kind from this Mr. Ross out of the car phone warehouse. Mr. Ross initially denied having paid for it And then there was further confusion when it was revealed that Boris Johnson and Carrie Symonds did not stay in Mr. Ross's villa, but in another one, owned by an American family. And when the American family were asked about it, they said, what? They had no idea that Boris Johnson was in their house. You believe that? But they did say that they intended to have the place fumigated and the stink beaten out of the curtains. I made that up. They actually said that they had been paid by the MIC, this secretive Mustique Island company. And Miss Stone, the Parliamentary Standards bod, said that Mr. Ross, out of the Carphone warehouse, told her he did not pay for it. She also said that the advertised cost of renting the villa at that time of year was £3,300 a day, or $33,000 over 10 days, maths fans. God. And that's more than double the $15,000 that was declared by Bodger Johnson. I mean, he didn't pay that, of course. He copped the freebie, and that's the important part, just like who pays for his fantastically expensive and excruciatingly awful flat decorations. That's important too, because it's a list of who he owes one to. I mean, if I lent my house to somebody for nothing, for them to come and have an holiday, I'd probably think that they owed me a favour. But maybe that's just me. So Miss Stone, the parliamentary watchdog person, frustrated by the refusal of the Mustique Island company to tell her who paid for the holiday and its true cost, demanded the information from Bodger Johnson. And he is said to have repeated his claim that Mr. Ross, out of the Carphone warehouse, was the donor, adding that he assumed the secretive Mustique Island company would use Mr. Ross's villa on another occasion to get its money back. Wow. Somebody chart me a course for Mustique. All the doors are open to these palatial villas. You can just help yourself. Doesn't that sound marvellous? So this chap is supposed to have given him a holiday in somebody else's mansion, the owners of which didn't even know he was staying there, and it would really be the original chap's gift because everyone's mansion on Mustique is just handed around like sweets. Does that make it clear?
No.
There is no suggestion, by the way, of wrongdoing by Mr. Ross or the MIC. It's the dear leader that is in the spotlight. Wow, what a mess. Parliamentary Commissioner for Standards Catherine Stone told the Prime Minister bluntly she had decided he was in the wrong. He had not met his duty to obey paragraph 14 of the Parliamentary Code of Conduct. But he hasn't read it. It says MPs must conscientiously fulfil their duty to declare all financial interests in the Commons Register, including benefits from any trusts. That seems to be a theme with this regime. I mean, Rishi Sunak apparently forgot that his wife comes from a family of billionaires. You know, as you do. Miss Stone told Boris Johnson she planned to refer the matter to the Parliamentary Standards Committee and asked if he accepted her decision. And he said...
Negative.
No. He's a child, isn't he? He's absolutely unable to control his urges and desires. What Bodger wants, Bodger gets. He's been like this since he was at school. And we know this because of that teacher's letter about him when he was at Eton. Martin Hammond, who was Johnson's housemaster, taught him classics, and in a school report, which has recently become famous, from 1982, he said, Boris really has adopted a disgracefully cavalier attitude to his studies. Boris sometimes seems affronted when criticised for what amounts to a gross failure of responsibility, and surprised at the same time that he was not appointed captain of the school for the next half. I think he honestly believes it is churlish of us not to regard him as an exception, one who should be free of the network of obligation which binds everybody else. Wow, I mean, that's him down to a T, isn't it? He's got the same attitude, he's got the same haircut as he had when he was a child, and a cavalier attitude to his work. Affronted when criticised for his failure of responsibility, thinks he should be above the rules that apply to the rest of us. Well, that's spot on, ain't it, Bodge?
I can't comment on that.
Just ruffle your hair and do your teddy bear routine, and people will go, oh, he's doing his best. And now he's been reported to the authorities, and he might get chastised. And if that doesn't work, he'll be sanctioned. And if that doesn't work, he might even be castigated. Actually, you know what? The most that could happen is that he might be suspended, actually given a suspension for a bit. And that will make his cult fans love him all the more, as they seem to have signed some sort of death wish with him. They don't mind how much pain is inflicted, as long as it's him that's doing it. Thank you, sir. May I have another? Of course, Bodger's got form on all this. In 2018, before he became the PM, he made a full and unreserved apology to MPs for failing to declare more than £50,000 in income and registering 9 payments after the required 28-day deadline. And the Standards Commissioner, Miss Stone, said the breaches were neither inadvertent nor minor. But he probably thought it was impertinent to question him about it. This one says, someone's texted, and I'm not making this up, this is actually true. This isn't, I'm not hallucinating, this is real life. They said, Boris doesn't have to pay for anything. He is the Prime Minister. Simple as that. He deserves it. Right. So, as one great man said frequently...
I love the poorly educated.
Yeah. Keep on keeping on. Dave says, our youth are seemingly so desperate for a bit of fisticuffs that they can't even wait till they get to the Costa del Punch-Up before exchanging blows. I was, however, impressed that a handful of the miscreants were responsible enough to be wearing face masks while they beat 7 bells out of each other. Oh, the irony. Well, the thing about a face mask is it means that you can maintain your anonymity in a place where there's a lot of CCTV cameras. It does help there. Poplar, hello, Adam.
Hi, good evening. I'm just a bit lost, to be honest. I find the whole situation with Mr. Johnson increasingly bizarre. Yeah. It's like we've fallen into a Charles Dickens novel. It's the 19th century where you just tip your hat to the upper crust as they walk by on the way to a free holiday or...
Well, we do that already. It's not the 19th century. This is a right bang up to date. We are still a nation of cap doffers. Explain to me otherwise the popularity of Jacob's smug.
I can't.
No, but me either.
I'll give it. I mean, Lord Snooty from the Beano. You know, it should. You know, I mean, it's just like these are cartoon characters.
Exactly. He should be a risible character, a risible character of fun and amusement, not a serious person.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
I mean,
it's not amusing anymore. It's like people are going to die with the borders from the virus from India, and you know, I mean, we need someone who's actually understands what being a prime minister means.
Yeah, someone who's present for a start would be a good idea.
Yeah, that's an idea, isn't it? Yeah, you know, I mean, you know, are you there? Oh, no, oh, okay. You know, I mean, so he's surrounded himself with people who are not as good as he is, and obviously, basically, like, you know, he doesn't feel threatened by any of them, so he can go on holidays.
Right.
You know,
I think that there's a lot of truth to that. Yeah, there's a couple of individuals that are so malevolent and reptilian that he keeps them around because they're better inside the room peeing out than outside peeing in. But other than that, yeah, it's a cabinet of no talents. All right.
Yeah, amazing.
Yeah, all right. Thanks a lot. Unfortunately, this is real life, and we're stuck with it. Damien says, taking the knee, I understand why they did it, but it was only for a few weeks, not years. Do they really need to keep doing it? There's plenty of other ways to stop racism and abuse, surely. Even looks like the footballers are fed up with it now. Weird thing about the commentary, because for a little while there, they stopped mentioning it. You know, you watched a Match of the Day, and they still show the players taking the knee. You know, just like they show the numerous other things that only apply to football. They have a 2-minute silence for this, and they have a minute's applause for that, and there just seems to be no end of things that delay the game that don't apply to any other field of entertainment, just football. And the managers are absolutely festooned with so many badges. They're so weighted down with badges commemorating this or that cause. I'm surprised they can get up from a sitting position. Must weigh a ton, all that stuff. Just football, though, nothing else. Weird. And yeah, it is. I think it has probably got to the point where they think, well, we can't stop it now because then that would be disrespectful. So we're just going to keep doing it. But I'm with Wilfred Zaha to a certain extent, and I don't think it hadn't made any difference, has it? I mean, crying out loud, if the people in Wembley, the first time we get let out, we misbehave, and they booed the players taking a knee. No! I mean, you'd think they'd be excited to be there, wouldn't you? I mean, thrilled, in a good mood. You know, before the game had begun, anything is possible. They would have assumed that their team would win. They'd be beside themselves, thrilled to be there, but no. Still making political statements of the worst kind. I mean, really, just ignore it. That you're not forced to do it in the stands. Do you really have to boo if somebody else does it? And it just demonstrates to me that they haven't moved. We as a people haven't moved on one iota. Leighton says he deserves it completely. He, Boris, surely. Is that what you mean? He deserves it completely. I am more than happy to pay for him. You need to stop being bitter. He deserves his holidays as he is the Prime Minister of this country. I can only assume that you're trolling me now. Either that or there is a great failure of comprehension as to what is going on here. Do I really need to explain it? Okay, very briefly. If the Prime Minister takes a favour from somebody, then the person who is running this country owes someone. And that someone might not have the best interest of this country at heart. I mean, they seem to be very generous with our money, don't they? I mean, they're just spraying it around like a drunken sailor. They don't need any encouragement. Gary tweets, do you think that it would make a difference if Jeremy Corbyn's brain was transplanted into Boris Johnson's head? Well, do I think that Jeremy Corbyn could have been more electable if he didn't have a beard and had squiffy hair and presented himself as a cute, cuddly teddy bear? Yeah. Yeah, I do. Let's have Watford. Hello, Alex.
Hello. How are you? Hi, Nick. You've got friends in high places.
I don't.
Could you put me in contact with Boris's travel agent? Because 15 grand for a 10-day holiday, I think it's fantastic value for money.
Do you?
And did Boris have to pay a supplement to come home early? Because I think he left the current Mrs. Johnson on holiday while I think he had to come back to work. Sadly,
he didn't pay for any of it, as far as I'm aware. That's the whole thing. It wasn't cheap; it was free.
You're joking.
That's the whole story. That's the whole point of the story, that it was free.
Well, I definitely want to get in contact with his travel agent.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, that'd be great. 15 grand for 10 days, fantastic value for money.
Yeah, but great. It wasn't. Apparently it was 30 grand for 10 days. I mean, I know you're being sarcastic, Alan. 30,000 for 10 days, but he didn't pay a penny. That's the whole point of the story. You know, politicians aren't supposed to do that because then they owe one to someone who might not have the best interest of this country at heart. That's why it's incredible that his cult fans are sending in messages supporting it. Either they don't get it, they don't understand the basis of the story, or they're just willing to sign up for anything that Bodger does. Oh, he's so cute. He's doing his best. Leave him alone. You know, those people. Thanks a lot, Alex. Yeah, those holidays, they're they're free to those that can afford it. Very expensive to those that can't. Don't ask because a refusal may offend. Beverly, Mike.
Hi, Nick. Yes, sandwich spread. Brought up on it. Never did me any harm at all.
Right. Okay, then. I mean, it's not supposed to do you harm. It's a sandwich spread. Did it do you any good?
I think so, yeah. Well, I'm still here now 50 years later, so it can't be bad. Right, what I actually rang up about was you saying that Boris is late. And that really depends on which point of view you stand. Because if you think that you don't want to make a decision and you delay making decisions until there's only one alternative left, then you've not actually been late. You've been quite careful, because what happens with Boris is that if you don't make a decision, you end up standing in front of the country and saying, regrettably, thousands of you are going to die.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Regrettably, you're going to have to stay at home. And so it isn't his decision. He's not made the decision that you stayed at home. Not everyone's going to die.
It's the science.
He's just left it to fate.
Right.
It's just gone on. And he does the same thing with his women. He doesn't pick one. He runs several at once and waits till some drop off and he ends up with one.
He just has someone send her a selection round and he just chooses one as the mood takes him.
It's quite unbelievable. But I mean, can I just have one little one about something you talked about last night, which is photo ID, and this is much along the same lines.
Right.
The photo ID thing is either a dead cat or really sinister, because if you are registered to vote, you can ring your council or go on the internet and get a postal vote. You don't need photo ID.
Oh, right.
So it's a dead cat. Or it's really sinister because he's going to alter the Fixed Term Parliament Act.
Yeah.
So one day before he calls an election, he could then change, because he's got such a huge majority, he could then change the rules and cancel postal voting.
Yes,
so when you combine the two he's
together,
eliminated a load of Labour voters from the electoral pool, if you like.
And
so
they're going to redraw.
Really
and they're going to redraw the boundaries for the the various boroughs and so on, to make it more likely that a Conservative majority will be returned. But all you have to do is, to figure out where this government is going to go next, just look to where the Republican Party are. And I can tell you what's going to happen. They're going to suggest that postal voting is inherently unsafe, that there is something unsafe about postal voting, so we're going to try and reduce that as much as possible, particularly in areas that they deem unsafe, which will coincidentally be areas in which the Labour Party are popular. They will also, I betcha, close down polling stations. They'll say there's too many, we're doing the country a favour by saving money and we're going to close down some polling stations. There will also be, coincidentally, in areas where there is strong support for the Labour Party. And then this photo ID thing will come in, and we're looking at a slow-moving coup.
The problem is it's out there in open view, but not enough people are picking up on it, Nick.
It doesn't make any difference. He could explain it to us in simple terms that any fool could understand, and there would still be a significant minority of the people in this country who would give him a whoop and a cheer, because they are totally signed up cult members.
Good on Brian.
I don't know what that means. Good on Brian
from Stockton.
Oh, God. Don't encourage it. Anne in Croydon says, don't you think all these Conservative ministers are taking the mickey out of us by setting up these pandemic supplies contracts and then saying that they act in a good way in the name of a national crisis? They think we are stupid. Unbelievable, says Anne. Well, like I said, there's a significant number of people who are. They just don't care how much pain is inflicted, as long as the person doing the inflicting is the dear leader. It's amazing what's happening. It is a reflection of where America is. I mean, America has just taken a giant enema and got rid of their enemy. We haven't done that yet. But the Conservative Party are taking all of their cues from the Republican Party. They're doing the exact same thing. Probably because the money is coming from the exact same place. Same people. Republican Party, Brexit, Conservative Party, it's all the same people. And you could list them or you could count them on the fingers of one hand. Enfield. Hello, Daniel.
Oh, hello, Nick. Lovely to speak to you again.
Daniel.
I wanted to talk about, I think his name's Alexander the Waffle Johnson.
Yes.
Our dear leader. You've been saying, I think you're being a bit hard on him, really, because he's just trying to level up him and his friend's bank account. I meant to say, level up the country. That's what I thought he was trying to do, isn't he? It's all about build with this guy, apparently.
Yeah. You're not a listener you're not a listener with material, are you, Daniel?
I'm not at all,
right,
no.
Okay, then.
I mean, how can we be levelling up the country when the country's in so much debt? I don't understand how somebody's got to give. How are we going to have all this money at the same time when we're being told we're in this massive, huge debt, biggest debt the country's ever seen? Where's all this money coming from?
Nobody knows, Daniel. They just invent it out of thin air. It's remarkable. They just type it up on a screen and it becomes real. Wouldn't that be great? Well, it wouldn't be great because pretty soon a loaf of bread would cost £10,000. But if it would be just you and me, Daniel, that had the ability to type numbers on a screen and they become actual real-life money, well, count me in. This text says, perhaps Bodger is trying to secure his victory at the next general election by giving out contracts willy-nilly to his donors. In return, he stays on a desert island thanks to the taxpayer, just saying. Perhaps Bodger is trying to secure his victory at the next general election by giving out contracts to donors. And in return, he stays on a desert island thanks to the taxpayer. Does that make sense?
No.
I've read it twice now, and it still doesn't make sense. Never mind. It fits right in. Jeremy emails, I'm getting so tired of this guy being known as Boris all the time instead of Johnson.
Correct.
Yes. Me too. People talk about him like he's a teddy bear, like he's a cute and cuddly character. Never harm anybody. Ah, look at his squiffy hair. He says, it plays into his hands by putting him in a category alongside Napoleon and classical Greek gods. Oh, well, that wasn't where I was going. Okay, then. With a mononymous name, like Madonna or Elvis. Having studied classics, I'm sure it is a very deliberate, and I can see how he sees himself. Hardly Apollo, though, is he? No. No, he most definitely is not. Yeah, whatever your fitness regime consists of, Bodger, I think it's not working. Let's have who's been waiting the longest. Vancouver. Hello, Nick.
Oh, hi, Nick.
Nick.
I've been listening with interest to the now holiday scandal to go with the redecorating scandal. Mm-hmm. And the thing that occurred to me is, whilst a holiday for 30,000 quid would be a lot of money for me, I'm an ordinary working schmo,
yes,
it really shouldn't be that much money for someone like Mr. Johnson. He's making decent coin as a Prime Minister. He made even better coin before that as, journalist / foreign secretary. So it does lend one to think that if how broke is he? How bad is he at managing money?
Well,
that he is prepared to take these sort of bribes for what is effectively, a bottle of red wine and £5 to the likes of you or I kind of thing.
Yeah,
this is a tiny amount of money for this guy.
Yes, that's right. He does seem to be. He sort of seems to be imbued with a sense of entitlement. He wants to live the life of a billionaire because those are the people that he surrounds himself with. Those are the donor class. They're the people that are propping up the Conservative Party, just a handful of billionaires. But he's not a billionaire. So 30,000 on a wage of 150 grand a year is a massive amount of money. But he doesn't want to deny himself. He doesn't want to have a holiday that he can afford. He wants to have a holiday that he can't afford, that he doesn't have to pay for.
Well, I'm looking at it thinking he ought to be able to afford 30,000. It ought to be that much of a massive amount for this guy. You know, I mean, he was bringing in 200 grand an article.
250. I think it went up to 270 or 280, something like that. Yeah. Plus the after dinner speeches, plus the this and the books and the that and the other. He must have been making 500,000 a year easily, I would think.
Yeah.
So you'd expect him to have a bit put away, precisely. Yeah, and it's not like he's got to pay for his central London flat. Not really, not going rates, that's for sure.
He doesn't have to commute and pay for a train ticket or anything else. Does he have to pay for food, or does that get laid on it? I mean, the money he gets as Prime Minister, basically, it's his to put in his pocket. He doesn't have to spend it on anything.
Oh, you wouldn't think so.
Like I said, how broke is this guy? How much debt does he have already from his previous shenanigans? Family.
Well, the story came out the other day that
God knows who else are out there.
Yeah, well, he's got no idea, has he? So, children could come out of the woodwork to surprise him at any time. He's got no clue. He lost count years ago. So,
any small child with some towels or blonde hair?
Yeah, exactly. Put him on the payroll, precisely. But I think that's the problem, is that he has lived a life of entitlement, feels that he is due it. Why should a billionaire have access to yachts and villas and the finest things in life, and I don't? Is the attitude, and so he wants it, but he doesn't want to have to pay for it. Which makes, by the way,
paid for in the end.
Yeah, which is a very, very unfortunate, difficult, and highly dangerous position for a person in charge of a country to be in. So this is why I just don't understand people who write in, who would just defend him on anything. I mean, if he killed somebody deliberately by shooting them in the face, then they would still write in and say, well, he didn't mean it, or, leave him alone. These people they've signed up to, it's like a death cult. Nothing he does is going to convince them that they've made a wrong decision, probably because it's just too much loss of face. But it is a terrible position for any government official, let alone a person who's running the country, to be in debt to somebody that the rest of us don't know about. Terrible.
I also wonder what the huge prize towards the end of his reign and what the payment for that will be. How much is he going to sell out the UK in the last couple of months when he can make the really big money?
Well, the really big money is going to...
You have to worry.
Yeah, the really big money is going to be made when he leaves. I mean, ex-prime ministers can coin it in like you wouldn't believe. And I would imagine that he's got his eyes on, shall we say, 100 million? Something like that, there or thereabouts. Going to beat Blair. I bet that's the target. Plus, I mean, what they get up to in their personal life should actually inform what they're like in their business life. And if he can't make ends meet on a 6-figure salary, then why is he in charge of our money? You might think, just with justification. Paul texts, no wonder Keir Starmer can't make an impact on Johnson. We need somebody like Judge Judy in opposition. She would know how to handle an obnoxious, stroppy, self-obsessed 14-year-old. Right. Yeah, Keir Starmer, he's just too polite. I think he puts too much store in sort of having a rapier wit. Well, he's not even funny, though. In having... like a micro attention to detail. Nobody's interested in detail anymore. We're not doing detail, we're doing feelings now, baby. It's all about feelings. Nobody cares about detail. Nobody cares about facts. We're in a fact-free zone, Keir Starmer. And you might get a couple of digs in at Prime Minister's questions, but here's the news. Nobody saw it. But then, I think I talked about this either last night or last week. When we were in the depths of the Donald Trump depravity years, it did seem that we would need somebody like Donald Trump, somebody really loud, to swing haymakers at him and take chunks out of him, that he would not be unseated by somebody who was quiet. And yet, he absolutely was. So maybe we don't need another clown. We don't need, Ken Dodd with like a match with Freddie Starr and Bernard Manning and all the rest of that lot. We don't need another comedian. Maybe we do actually need somebody really quiet, like a Keir Starmer. Not necessarily Keir Starmer himself, but somebody like him that isn't like a cartoon character. I think at the end of this, assuming that we live that long, we may be over this whole circus show. Might want a bit of normality, whatever that is. Anybody remember Normal?
No.
Gareth texts, nothing proven, never will be. Boris will be the Prime Minister until the next general election at least. Suck it up, Buttercup. There's just so many people like that. It's just really amazing. You lost. Get over it. No, Gareth. You lost. We all lost. Another furious Brexiter, I betcha. Betcha. Still looking for those sunny uplands. Have you found them yet? Let us know as soon as you do. Why they're still so angry is just beyond me. Suck it up, Buttercup. I think you meant snowflake, didn't you? And you forgot to call me woke. I get up and I look at Twitter, which is a big mistake, huge. And this morning it was all about some confected culture war or other, and it always is. It pretty much always is. Those on the right, who define themselves as right-wing on every issue, all of them, all of the issues that you can think of, doesn't matter what the subject, they hold the most right-wing opinion available. It's what defines them. And they were banging on about, left-wing woke this and woke that and snowflakes and all the rest of it. There's just thousands and thousands of tweets like that. Morons yelling at each other at 8 o'clock in the morning. And I thought, wow, this plan is going really, really well. I mean, talk about an ability to distract. This whole confected culture war thing is going great guns for people who don't want us to pay attention to what is actually going on here. The asset stripping of this nation. I mean, it's like a second-hand car. We've given it to Arthur Daly, and he's taken the tyres off. But yeah, forget about that. Forget about the massive amount of dead people and the enormous economic crash and the billions that have gone to friends and donors and mates and neighbours, which is all, much of which is a secret. We'll never know. Forget about all of that. No, let's yell at each other that we're all, you're a snowflake. No, I'm not a snowflake. You're a snowflake. That's where we are as a country. Oh my God, there's no hope. Matt says Boris should go the whole hog and set up a GoFundMe page. I bet that thought has flitted briefly across his mind. Not appropriate. Philip texts, Boris Johnson is not Donald Flump, he is a winner. In 2019, my opinion of Johnson was exactly the same as now. What, you mean you've refused to learn anything, Philip? Well done. He says he would get Brexit done, all in capital letters. And my opinion of Corbyn was exactly the same, a total communist who would sell us out. If you want a loaf of bread costing £10,000, vote Labour, says Philip, who is so far down the rabbit hole that he is he's beyond reach. Let's have Woodstock. Nikolai.
Hello.
Yes,
yes.
sir.
Now, I would like to say that it seems even though, like, if Boris Johnson gets suspended, which as you say, is the worst case scenario, it seems like he's not even going to suffer the consequences he should suffer, because if we recall back in 2019, he won in his constituency with 52% of the vote. So most likely, the petition that's going to be organised there to recall him, it won't even reach the 10% necessary. So he'll just stay as Prime Minister. And can I just say that I am ashamed of those, disgusted of Tunbridge Wells who are texting you saying that Boris Johnson's so great. Oh, yeah, he got Brexit done. Know that. It's just cringy. It's just shameful.
Cringy, yeah. It's a little bit cringy. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's desperately flailing around, trying to fashion some sort of success out of a disaster. Which is, it's the same people who are still fighting about Brexit. It hasn't worked out as advertised. It doesn't look like it's going to. It's almost all negative news, and so they're getting, even though they would claim that they've won, they appear to be getting angrier and angrier, which is odd for people that think that they've won something. Curious.
We truly have sacrificed accountability for emotional supremacy. Yeah. It just seems we don't care about these principles of accountability that are so important for British democracy.
We're all living in Donald Trump's world now. All of these rules and regulations, many of them are just by sort of common consent. They're not actually written down. Nobody expected them to spray billions of pounds over their mates, because it's never really happened before. Nobody thought to write this stuff down. It's just it's just understood that that's not what you do, because it's too embarrassing. But we are now living in a post-shame age.
We're living in a post-shame age, and we're living in a post-truth age.
Yeah.
In other words, we live in hell. This is hellish.
Well, let's not get carried away. It's still Britain. Remember that. I mean, it's still beautiful and green. OK, the sun hasn't come out for a little while now, but it'll be out soon. Don't you worry. It'll get warm. Of course, we do have a new variant.
Oh, no.
A health minister today defended the timing of Britain shutting its borders with India as the government came under fire for what were described as inexplicable delays in reacting to the spread of the deadly variant abroad. A health minister defended it. Oh, this is going to be great. I wonder what his handlers have made him learn by rote to recite on TV. Critics branded the delay reckless, misguided and dangerous, with 122 cases of the rapidly spreading variant already entering the UK by the time that restrictions around travel to and from India were finally enforced. And in that time, Bodger planned a small deal with India that he could trumpet and magnify as some post-Brexit sunny uplands. And that was being fashioned in April, while the borders between us and India were kept open, while everybody was yelling at him not to be late again and close the borders now. But Bodger wanted to go to India and be photographed shaking hands. So that would have been difficult, what with his having to isolate on his return. So in order to get a good headline, Bodger kept the borders open to Indians who brought this new deadly variant of the virus in. The border was closed on the 23rd of April. The deal was announced on the 4th of May, just over a week later. Coincidence? And if that's true, he prioritised a good news story about himself over the health of the nation. That's a bad Prime Minister. The Indian variant has since spread significantly, of course, with the latest data showing a rise from 520 to 1,313 this week alone, just about trebled in 1 week. And from those relatively small numbers, there'll be an explosion if this is anything like previous variants. In fact, most people in the know are saying it's going to be much, much worse. Chair of the Commons Home Affairs Committee, Yvette Cooper, accused the government of having inexplicably delayed the move to close the borders, after which she said thousands of people have returned from India, bringing in many hundreds of new variant cases. But it's not inexplicable, Yvette Cooper. It's very explicable. I mean, all of the above about the deal and him shaking hands and getting his photograph taken, which he loves more than anything else in the whole wide world. And the added benefit of keeping us in a permanent state of emergency. which allows the government to dole out billions of pounds in contracts to mates and donors under the cover of an immediate threat. That's what they said out loud. Well, they had the Queen say that out loud. And that's where the minister who had been selected to answer questions about this gets pushed into the spotlight. It was Edward Argar's turn. And I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, who's Edward Argar? I mean, does it matter?
No.
He's Minister of State for Health. And you're probably thinking, I thought that was that befuddled bloke who looks like an aged toddler, Matt Hancock. No, he's the Secretary of State for Health. They've got a lot of people who appear to be responsible for our health. How are they doing, by the way?
Oh, fabulous.
Anyway, Andrew Argar defended the government's decision, insisting that decisions were made, this is the quote, on the basis of evidence based on a number of factors.
What?
A number of factors. That explains a lot, don't it?
No.
He said it's impossible to completely hermetically seal the borders of a country. No, I agree. That's absolutely right, but nobody's suggesting that you do that. You can stop people from flying in from India, though. I mean, it's quite a big place. Most pilots will have heard of it. You could just tell them to stop taking off from India and flying here. Do I really need to explain this to you? That's how you do it. I thought the Tories were the party of securing our borders anyway. I mean, what are they securing them with? Sellotape? He said, but what I think is important here, yes, another one of these, what the public actually are interested in. What I think is important here is to remember that whether on the red list or the amber list, our restrictions on borders to control any risk of importation of the variant or virus are among the strongest and the toughest in the world. No, they're not. Any fool can look it up. A quick glance at the Oxford University's respected Our World in Data website shows that there are 31 countries that have a tougher response to their borders than we do. 31 countries are deemed to have the toughest possible total border closures. The UK is not among them. Nice try there, Andrew Argar, if that is indeed your name. And you're thinking, I wonder what Andrew Argar's background in medical science is, or what virology institute did he attend? What are his qualifications in the science of disease control? Well, he used to be in a management consultancy firm and used to work for, get ready, drum roll please, Serco.
Oh no.
Serco. Question why Bangladesh and Pakistan were added to the red list 2 weeks ahead of India. Andrew Argar stressed the decisions were made, quotes, on the basis of the evidence, the data and a number of other factors, which is almost exactly the same thing that he said initially. Initially he said it was on the basis of evidence based on a number of factors, and then a little while later he said that decisions about Pakistan and Bangladesh were made on the basis of the evidence, the data and a number of other factors. When pressed on whether the number of cases of the Indian COVID variant could have been reduced had India been added to the list sooner, he said, first of all, the advice given to ministers and decisions made by ministers were made on the basis of the evidence, the data and a number of other factors. Is this beginning to sound familiar?
Yes.
A little bit. Almost like he'd learned that response before he came on camera. Like, don't forget, Andrew, it's the evidence, the data, and a number of other factors. Remember that last bit. A number of other factors is like a get-out-of-jail-free card. Could mean anything. Be vague and repetitive. Journalists hate that, and they'll easily give up. Just fill the air with meaningless verbiage, and time will be up, and they'll move on to something else. And the Prime Minister defended his decision to keep India off the red list last night, warned that the variant, though, could pose a serious disruption to plans to ease restrictions and could make it more difficult to end them, as hoped, in June. Oh, God, here we go. So if we're kept indoors in June and beyond, just remember who gifted that to us.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Meanwhile, of course, he's pushing ahead with opening up the country because he promised he would. He's decided on that being the promise he keeps this year. But there's noises off stage. The British Medical Association said the move is a real worry, while many are still awaiting vaccination. The Scientific Advisory Group for Emergencies concluded there's a realistic possibility the strain is 50% more transmissible than the one that emerged in Kent. And so these experts are saying that a move to step 3 could lead to a substantial resurgence of hospitalisations that is similar to or larger than previous peaks. And what's happening on Monday is that we're going to be allowed to socialise indoors, in homes and pubs and restaurants. We'll be permitted physical contact between households for the first time in more than a year. Andrew Argar himself said people should take personal responsibility when deciding whether or not to hug people when allowed to do so. Well, I've decided to take personal responsibility and not hug Andrew Argar, if that's any help. Just doing my bit.
Thank you.
You're welcome. George tweets, Boris Johnson is absolutely wetting himself laughing at the dullards he is fooling in England. I bet there is an element of that. I bet in moments of quiet reflection, the cabinet look at each other and just go, how are we getting away with this? How have we not tried this before? I bet they are quite surprised at how easy it is. Hounslow, Manesh.
Yes, Nick. I'd like to say a couple of things. I mean, what I said to your producers is one thing, but judging by what I've just heard in the past, I would just like to add a comment. I can just imagine Donald Trump playing golf with his buddies, having a good old laugh and saying, hey, Boris has read one of my old books. You know, I just can't imagine that someone who can't control his own household, finances, morally or economically, can get away with saying to the public, don't worry about it, I can't look after my own finances, but guess what? You're all right with me, I'm going to look after your finances and make sure you're all right.
Yeah.
And it's actually more amusement than anything else of how astonishingly he can get away with it. And that just leads me to another question that, it's almost like he's spitting on the people who are uneducated, and we have an education problem. Are we not educating our population properly? And those who are fortunate, who have an Eton background or an Oxbridge background, perhaps they should value that more and be a bit more honourable and be a bit more, honest about how they go about doing their business, if you know what I mean.
No, but it's the way they're doing their business seems to be working out just fine for them.
But is that what our expectation levels are when we send our kids to these kind of top schools? Well, obviously we want them to be better people, isn't it?
Well, why parents send them to those schools, I think the primary reason is for them to get a head start in life, to be halfway up the ladder before they've even begun.
Yeah, but not to be dishonest and to have all this dodginess around them. The idea is they're going to become decent barristers, decent doctors, decent human beings in life and set an example for people. Isn't that what it's all about?
Well, I think the first career that you mentioned was barristers. I'm sure it's a very good idea to start with them. Lawyers, you say, in the pantheon of the disreputables. I'm sure they're chief among them. But anyway, thanks a lot, Manesh. Don't be disappointed. Don't be disheartened. A chin up. It might never oh, no, that's right. It already has. Ian says, surely the real victim here is Carrie Simmons. Her boyfriend won't even pay 30 grand so she can have a half-decent holiday. Well, she deliberately chose to go out with him, so I think she probably deserves everything she's going to get. Peter says, not sure why you're surprised by all this. All Conservative MPs are wealthy. They are the party of business. Tory voters are aspiring to that lifestyle. For Boz to be frugal would be like Jezza owning a super yacht. But they are the party of business. I don't really know what that means. I mean, surely businesses are the people who work at businesses are part of that business. You don't mean that they're the party of businesses. You mean they are the party of the chief executives of multinational corporations. That's what you mean. You don't mean businesses, because businesses are also a reflection of the workers, not just the management or the owners. And says who they're the party of business. Oh, apart from themselves. Let's have King's Cross. Hello, Sid.
Oh, hi, Nick. I'm also calling about this Boris Johnson story.
Yes.
So my thought on it is that actually it's a problem that's been happening for about the last 20 years, which is the class structure has completely broken down to a point where there's no differentiation between a rich man and a poor man. And a story like the Boris Johnson scandal is tough because the people are... There's a certain pride that some people have in having someone else buy their wallpaper for them. It's seen as a bit of a Del Boy type move. And without that class structure where people can identify Boris Johnson as a millionaire fat cat, instead they're treating him the same way as they treat their mate down the pub who's just scanned his work to get some free stuff.
Right.
And I think it's dangerous. And it's something that really has been going on since the Tony Blair years, or saying that the class war is over. And then the media, with things like these shows like Made in Chelsea, which tries to normalise millionaires and make it seem like they're just like us. And then on the other end of the spectrum, the Jeremy Kyle shows, which kind of demonise the working class and alienate people so no one identifies as part of that group. And I don't think until that problem's solved, Boris Johnson's got a massive free space where he can do whatever he wants, act like a bit of a Del Boy, even though in reality we all know that he's more like a millionaire kind of caricature of an evil person.
Well, I mean, Jacob Rees-Mogg is as a caricature of a rich person. Jacob Rees-Mogg is what a poor person would think of as, or really what an American would think of as a British rich person. I mean, he's a cartoon. Completely self-made cartoon, and nobody else in his family speaks like that. So I don't know where he got that voice from, but it's well practiced, and it's it does him well, because I don't think that the class system has disappeared in this country, because we are still it's instilled in us this deferential attitude that we have to anybody that speaks like that or dresses like that. We still are. We don't physically doff our caps anymore, but the sort of genuflection is still there. And as for him, Boris being a millionaire, the thing with him is that he doesn't surround himself with millionaires. He surrounds himself with billionaires. The people that fund the Conservative Party are billionaires. There's a handful of billionaires who give him all the money. And so these are the people that he associates with, and he can't afford that lifestyle. Because the difference between being a millionaire and a billionaire is massive. I know it doesn't sound... I mean, if you saw a pile of money that was $1 million and a pile of money that was $1 billion, I mean, the difference between the two is absolutely enormous. And so there's the spending power, the ability to fashion a lifestyle, he just doesn't have. But he wants it. Like the school child that he resembles, he will not deny himself anything. So he wants it, but he hasn't got the money to pay for it. So he wants somebody else to pay for it, which puts him in a difficult... for him it's not difficult, but for the rest of us it is, because the person who's running this country is now, in that scenario, owing someone who might not have the best interests of this country at heart.
Yes, completely.
That's the problem.
It's the problem, but I think that you were right in what you were saying a minute ago, where there is still that ingrained sense of scepticism towards someone like a Jacob Rees-Mogg. But what has crept in, and I've noticed that over the last 15 or 20 years, and it goes back to even shows like Little Britain or Catherine Tate, of this kind of people still being sceptical of the Jacob Rees-Mogg, but then also the yeah but no but style.
And it's not sceptical.
Working class.
It's not scepticism. It's deference. We're not sceptical of them. We revere them.
That's exactly the right word.
But you were right when you say that his fans love it and will allow him to get away with anything, because they too want to be able to get away with stuff like that, but they can't. And so they see it in their cult hero leader and they think, yes, somebody's getting away with it. That gives me hope that maybe I'll be able to get away with it too. But you can't. Don't ask. Can't do it. Yeah, I'm going to have to go, but... Nicholas tweets, What about Elon Musk as our next PM? If we offer him a citizenship and various tax breaks. Kim or Kylie Kardashian will be the US president sometime in the next decade. Well, at this point, I wouldn't be remotely surprised. Elon Musk. The hippie?
Groovy.
No. He seems to be, he seems to be excellent at making money, no doubt about that, but he seems to be a little detached from reality, a little bit. I wonder why that could be.
Want to score some pot?
Steve in Southampton says, everyone else in the world is getting it right with border closures. Welcome to the UK, a nation of stupidity, mate. Who you calling mate? And this one says, Johnston. Oh, God. This is a fan of Boris Johnson who spells his name wrong. I think that tells us everything we need to know. Johnston wins. He is a winner, it says. Brexit, 80-seat majority, and now Hartlepool. Okay, well, Brexit was a giant social media misinformation campaign, the likes of which the world has never seen before. Everything they promised you was a lie. No, don't get rid of that. I haven't finished it yet. I'm still reading that. Put it back. Can you not put back that thing that you just deleted? I'm halfway through reading it. No? Yes, there it is. Johnson, he is a winner. Brexit, 80-seat majority, and now Hartlepool. Okay. Well, the Brexit thing was just the world's biggest misinformation campaign. I mean, that much is commonly understood. Of course, you understand that. Naturally. Everything they told you was the opposite of the truth. Just ask the fishing industry people what they think of it. 80-seat majority, well, 44% of the electorate voted for the Conservatives, which by my reckoning means that 66% didn't.
Affirmative.
66% did not want the Conservative Party, but 66% of the population, or those who expressed a preference, their vote doesn't count in this undemocratic, twisted system that we've got. So they got a minority of the people to vote for them, but they have 100% of the power. That makes no sense. And as for Hartlepool, well, my opinion of that was reinforced by that video of those two blokes on the boat, which went viral. Last time I looked, hundreds of thousands of people had seen this video of these two blokes on a boat who were being quizzed by some bloke off the telly about why they voted for the Conservatives. And they said, oh, well, Labour, they've ruined everything. They've ruined everything around here of the Labour Party. We've got no police numbers on the streets, and the hospitals are falling apart, and the magistrates' courts are shut, and we haven't even got a cell in the police station to put criminals. What's all that about, they said. That's why we voted Conservative. Somewhat missing the point that the Conservative Party, who have been in power for the last 12 years, were personally responsible for everything that they just listed. How the guy that was doing the interview did not correct them about that, because I would love to have seen their reaction on camera. They would probably have lashed out. They would have refused to believe it. Conservative Party response, but I just voted for them. No, they weren't. Yeah, they were. So that's all I need to know about that. It's a plan. Defund Labour councils, making Labour councils, forcing them to make cuts in social care and libraries and, all the things that people that are important to people. Then the locals will blame the council, which is just trying to juggle much less money. I mean, Tower Hamlets, their budget was cut by the government by something like 40%. 40%. 40. So, of course, the locals are going to be aggrieved, and they're going to point the finger at the local councils. But it's not their fault. It's the government's fault. They're engineering it. Once again, it's what would Donald Trump do? And that is precisely what he would do. You know what the government's going to do next. Just look what the Republican Party is doing in America. They're going by the same rule book. Anyway, that tweeter finishes, we have one of the best vaccine rollouts in the world. No credit. Johnson is far from perfect, but you are doing a good job in shifting the dial in his favour with your overt prejudice. Okay, well, it doesn't matter one way or another what I say. It's his. There's a significant minority of the people in this country who have signed up for the cult, and they are not to be dissuaded. Not yet, anyway. I mean, once the dawning realisation that Brexit is not everything that it's... You keep getting rid of that. Put it back. Please put it back. Leave it there. I'll get rid of it. Once the dawning realisation knocks through their defences that Brexit is not as advertised, then perhaps they'll think, well, okay, maybe we have been had. I don't know how long that'll take. Years, maybe decades. And... as for the vaccine rollouts, yeah, it's the only thing, interestingly, the only thing that they've got right, isn't it? It's the only thing that they've got right. Everything else that they've touched has gone wrong. Billions and billions and billions of pounds have just disappeared. And they won't even tell us where it's gone. It's a secret. Just trust us. The test and trace system, well, need I say more?
Contact testing, contact tracing.
NASA put a space probe on Mars for less money than it cost us to fashion a contact trace system that doesn't work. South Korea had one up and running over a year ago in about 10 seconds flat, and it cost threepence halfpenny. It took us a year and still nothing. Like, what is it, up to 32 billion, something like that? Everything they touched went wrong. Again, with the closing the border, the reason why people voted for them this time around, they promised to close the border. They couldn't even do that with India. And so another variant is spreading among us. And they're already putting in their apology beforehand. With a heavy heart, I must break it to you that, that's coming. But the vaccine rollout, a success, but it's because pretty much it's the only thing they've got out of the way of. They allowed the professionals in. The NHS, remember them? Gave them a round of applause, but no pay rise. They just let the professionals do it, rather than trying to fashion a way to, make somebody richer by doing it. What's odd about the vaccine rollout is we're so thrilled with it, but it seems, by comparison to other countries that really do have a world-beating vaccine rollout, it seems a bit slow. Why so slow? I mean, we're a pretty small country, and we're, famously packed tightly together. Why have we only done 55 million, whereas the US, which is spread out massively, huge distances between people, they've done 268 million? And they had you-know-who in charge for a while there, and he didn't have any strategy at all.
There's no strategy. I have no strategy. There's zero strategy.
In fact, his strategy was to pretend it didn't exist. Only when Uncle Joe Biden came along did it really start getting going. America has vaccinated, the doses given out, 268 million. We, with a head start, have just done 55 million. Why so slow? I mean, people are jumping up and down saying, well, it's the best in the world. We're once again, it's the envy of the world. It isn't. Absolutely isn't. China, 381 million. You know how big China is? And we've done 55. Why so slow, I wonder? K-Tex, the Italian PM, has waived his £100,000 salary. Well, it's not pounds, is it? But anyway, $100,000 salary, showing solidarity with Italians hit by the recession. I'd like to suggest that BJ does the same. Right. Yeah, you can suggest away. Suggest all you like. What do you think about that, Bodger?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
It's a no. Let's have Clitheroe. Chris.
Oh, about time, Nick.
Yes, Chris. Finally, we speak.
What do you want to talk about?
Pardon?
What do you want to talk about? Poor performance all over.
What do I want to talk about?
PPP.
Let's talk about the weather. How's the weather in Clitheroe, Chris?
Fine at the moment.
Fine?
Yeah.
I very much doubt that.
I'm an optimist.
No, I'm not talking about how you think the weather might be in the future. I'm asking what's it like now?
Let's get down to it. £39 billion on a system that doesn't work.
Yes.
Where's the 39 million going to come from?
Billion.
Billion, yeah. Sorry, just a small slip. Who are the World Bank? Do we know where the money comes from? Do we hellers like know where the money comes from? But let's not call Boris too much. He had competition in who could be the worst of the representatives of the government. But when he came on and started doing his 5 o'clock stunt, the Secretary of State for Health, Matt Hancock, has grown and grown and grown in stature. It's no...
I assume you are joking, right? You're not joking.
I'm not joking.
Matt Hancock has grown in stature.
I think so.
Was
yes,
he up to about a foot and a half now?
Yeah. Well, so by the time next election comes round,
yeah, it'll be 3'6".
No problem at all. There is.
I'm a little confused. Hang on a minute. Wait, back up. So, never mind about all this folderol. So, what is the actual point that you're trying to make, Chris? Let's get to that.
The actual point I'm trying to make is we need to get hold of and start some system for control. We've lost control of the money now. If you stand there and say that kids weren't getting clothed and sent to school, there'd be a donation from the government right away because they spent all the money on the health service.
What, donation? Well, only if Marcus Rashford forced it out of them.
Yeah, exactly. Fortunately for Marcus, United have done quite well, really, so far this season.
I know. A couple of months ago, you would never have dreamed that they'd be second in the Premiership, would you? The people were shouting for "Ole, Ole, Ole" to be shown the door. They're not shouting that now.
Definitely, yeah. So, what we really, like I said, we need some form of control. Members of Parliament should make entries in a register of interest.
They do. Well, they are supposed to do that. Yeah, that's the whole point. That's the issue at hand.
Where's the Audit Commission now, then?
Remarkably, well, it's not remarkable at all. The Queen's speech was absolutely packed with things. For pretty much everything that she said, we should be really, really alarmed at. Because one of the things was to prevent anybody... Well, first of all, you're not allowed to protest against the government. Secondly, the judiciary is not allowed to rule against the government. And you're not... I mean, next it will be you're not even allowed to have bad thoughts about the government.
Well, there's plenty of bad thoughts about the government around here.
Yeah, exactly. I bet there are, yeah.
And it's in a brand new house that we don't need up here. More houses needed, said Boris.
Yeah.
Come and find us somewhere to put them then. Perhaps in the middle of the Calder, the Ribble.
Yeah, there's no end of places to put them. Space everywhere, Chris. Just look around.
No, not round here.
Not round here. That's everybody's attitude. Oh, yeah, well, we need new houses. Not round here. Not round here, you don't. Oh, no. Ian tweets, we're in a parallel universe, but I often meet people who are totally unaware of any problems. What worries me is with our first past the post system, just how are we going to get rid of them? Don't worry, Ian. I mean, in the depths of despair, like I said about the Trump presidency, in those dismal 4 years, it did seem like he was going to cheat his way to staying there forever, and that's what I was expecting. And your shoulders droop and your chin goes down. Keep your chin up, Ian. People come and people go. It's like a roller coaster ride, where at the moment we're upside down and the roller coaster has come to a halt and the fire brigade have been called and they'll be releasing us shortly. Don't worry about it. Josh says, the primary issue lies with the weakness of the opposition. For the majority of us, regular, hard-working people of all bands of society, the opposition is lacking credibility and a sense of being down-to-earth and relevant. No matter how ludicrous Johnson behaves or those around him, he is in power, he has the upper hand. This is the thing that I hear a lot. That the reason that the Labour Party, and Keir Starmer in particular, aren't being successful is that they have a lack of down-to-earthness. Well, we're not interested in down-to-earthness. One of the people that's leading the country is this bloke.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
He's so not down-to-earth, he floats. He is a cartoon character out of the Beano. There's nothing down-to-earth about them. They're the opposite of down-to-earth. So this idea that you can only, that the Labour Party can only get anywhere by being, salt of the earth working man, like pretending that he's just come from pit, is just nonsense. I mean, that's not what people are looking for. They're looking for comedy toffs at the moment, apparently. You know, that. We're all about the cartoon characters now. That's what people are looking for. Down to earth. Do me a favour. St Helens. Hello, Richard.
Hi, Nick. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Ah, welcome along.
Thank you. Surprised at you making error of comparing absolute figures with the vaccination, because surely it's the proportion of a country where you compare our figures with China and the United States.
Yeah.
But the population of the United States, for example, is about 6 times ours. I think about 60 million, 65 million. We've got about 350.
Yeah, but why
million.
Though? I mean, surely it's the numbers.
No, it's the proportion that matters.
No, it isn't. Well, of course it isn't. I mean, if now we are in another self-imposed crisis because there's another variant been deliberately allowed into the country, then it's not the proportion, surely, that makes the difference. It's the numbers. Well, the numbers are the proportion. So if America, having had less time at it than we have, can get 150 million vaccines out, then why have we only done 50?
Well, it's because it's a percentage of our population.
No, 50 million vaccines have been put into arms in this country.
Yes.
150 million have been put into arms in America. So given that we have the same time and we're closer together, you think it would be easier in this country to get at least the same number out. So why have they done 150 million and we've only done 50?
Because they're so much bigger and they've got more production facilities, presumably.
They've got more facilities?
Yeah, to produce the vaccine. No,
we had a head start on everybody, apparently. I mean, it's pretty much the only thing that we did. We burst, like a fat child at Eton, we burst into the tuck shop and stripped the shelves bare and ran out with all the tuck for ourselves. That's was our attitude to acquiring the vaccine. So it's not a lack of vaccines that we're suffering from. And what I just don't get why we're at one point saying that it's a world-beating success, and on the other hand, we're 100 million behind America. I mean, why? Silence.
Because...
Don't say proportion of the population, because it's irrelevant. We're just talking about getting vaccines in arms. It doesn't really matter how many. Well, it doesn't matter the proportion. it's just a numbers
Well,
thing.
it does, because when we talk about herd immunity and so forth, you're looking at 85%. Well, 85% is the key state, is that, to make sure that the disease can't spread.
Yeah.
But if we've got 85%, then our 85% is a lot smaller than America's 85%.
Well, then why haven't we reached it yet?
Well, because you have to compare like with like.
But we are. I'm just comparing vaccines in arms. That is like with like. You're comparing things that are not alike. I mean, our population is not the same as America, but a vaccine in an arm, that's the same thing. And I wonder if anybody is of a medical persuasion that can answer this question. Have we chosen the wrong vaccine? Because the Pfizer vaccine and the Moderna ones, from what I've read, are about 95% effective. The one that we've chosen is it 80%? Something like that, or 85%? Which means that if what that implies is that even if everybody was vaccinated, it would still only be 85% protection for the population, then we're never going to get to herd immunity, because there will always be people who, A, refuse to take it, B, can't take it for whatever medical reason, or C, are children and won't be offered it. So are we actually chasing something that we'll never achieve because we've chosen the wrong vaccine? Now, that's a question. If somebody of a medical bent can answer that question, I'd be delighted to hear from you. But are we chasing up the wrong truth? Pat tweets, people saying that there is no class system in the UK should look up the state opening of Parliament and feast their eyes on all the golden ermine. Yes. How preposterous it all looks. He says, it reminds me of that line from the film, the greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing people he doesn't exist. Yes. Which film was that? Let's have a call in Welwyn Garden City. Ian.
Hello there.
Hello there.
Nick, hi, yeah. Nick, has it occurred to you that the reason they've vaccinated more people in America is they've got more people to carry out the vaccinations, more vaccination centres?
No.
As a result of having a bigger population?
No, it did not. No such thing occurred to me at all. I seriously doubt that that's the case. I mean, they don't have a free, at the point of use, healthcare system that's up and running. They had to start that from scratch.
Yeah.
No, both scenarios are, there's a line of people out of the tent. You come in, you get a jab in the arm. How come in our world-beating system we've done 19 million people fully vaccinated and America has managed 120 million?
It's probably equivalent. Well, they've got a population of 328 million. We've got 67 million. So, so they've got over how many million vaccinated?
We've fully vaccinated just over 19 million people. America,
that's shy of a third. America
has vaccinated 120 million. They don't have 10 times the population.
No, they don't have 10 times, but they've approximately vaccinated a third of their population, 2 vaccines, and we've done the same.
Yeah, but they've done 100. If we had gone at the same speed as America, we would have vaccinated the entire country twice. That's man, women, and children, and we'd be looking at giving them a third jab or exporting it to India.
You'd still need more vaccine centres to get more people through, which America has.
Well, Ian, I don't know if you've been across America, but America is characterised by vast open stretches of space in which people live sparsely, whereas the same is not true in this country. We're all packed close together.
Well, yes, but they've still got large cities. That's where the majority of the population is, in all the large cities everywhere and what have you. I mean, there's probably a lot more people out in the sticks and things like that, but it is, I think, it's just a question of how many people, if you've got 50 people, you've got 5 people vaccinated, and then 10 people and 1 person doing the vaccinations. it'll take around about the same length of time, thereabouts. The comparable number of people.
I understand. I understand what you're saying, but it doesn't compute because they have more. If the scenario is true that they have more people doing the vaccinating, then they also have more people to vaccinate. So it just cancels each other out. If you want to do percentages, we've fully vaccinated 29% of our population. America has fully vaccinated almost 37% of its much bigger population. So, again, why so slow? I mean, I only say this because we keep persuading ourselves, or the government is instilling into us the idea of British exceptionalism. We rule the world in the vaccine rollout. In much the same way as some minister that I was talking about earlier on said, no country on earth secures their border as successfully as we do. And both of those are they're just flat out lies. Provably so. Untruths. They just keep coming. And by the time you've fact-checked them, just like Donald Trump, they've thrown another 10 untruths at you and your head starts to spin. You can't keep up. But good effort, Ian. Yeah, I wonder about that, the efficacy of the vaccine thing. I'm sure that somebody perhaps has addressed it before. This is not an original thought, I don't think. But have we actually chosen the wrong one? Because if we do need something of the order of 85% or 90% for herd immunity, we're not going to achieve it, are we, with a vaccine that only comes to 85% efficacy? Now, you understand that I've got no idea what I'm talking about, but logically that seems right. If you have a medical background and know the answer to that, then I'd be interested. But are we chasing something that we can never actually reach because we've got the wrong vaccine? And if we had Pfizer or Moderna, I think they're much more they're much more efficacious in every way. Everybody sing. Anybody remember that song?
No.
Oh, yes, you do. Gaz tweets, looking at the small 17 points lead that Johnson has over Labour when he finally stands down, we can look forward to Priti Patel as Prime Minister for the next decade. Help, says Gaz. Yeah, and I'll go further than that. Let's have a call in Perth. Hello, Mike.
Hello there.
Hello there.
Hello. How are you doing?
Good, thanks.
Yeah, listen, you've just quoted figures there. You've said that we have, in the UK, vaccinated 25% of the population. Your figures,
19.
your words.
19.
America,
19. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. 19. Don't tell me what I said and then get it wrong.
You said 25%. Look, you better check.
It's 19.3 million fully vaccinated,
yes,
which is...
but I'm saying the words that you said.
29% of the population fully vaccinated.
In this country?
In the United Kingdom.
Yeah, and what percentage did you say in America?
36.
36%. So I think we're doing absolutely brilliant. They've only done 36%, and we've done 29%. Your words, isn't our percentage of the population not brilliant?
Mike, I don't know what it's like in Perth. Maybe maths takes a swerve when it gets to the city limits, but 36 is a bigger number than 29. I'm just reading that very slowly to make sure that I've got that right. Yes, I think that 29 is, in fact, a smaller number than 36. But, top marks for effort? I don't know. I think your argument, you just you sort of drove yourself into the dirt, face first. Never mind, Mike. Better luck next time. I would like to know the answer to that, though. I mean, other than it's just where we are, and that's that. If America can do 268 million jabs in arms, and they have a much, much bigger area to cover. And there's much more resistance to the vaccine in America. I mean, don't forget that the Republican Party, people who are Republican fans, which is practically half of the nation, they don't want the vaccine. They don't want to use the masks. They think the vaccine is sent by Hillary Clinton to make them devil-worshipping paedophiles. You know, that lot. Half of the country doesn't want it. They think it's a plot by Bill Gates to, inject microchips into their brains. And they've got people on TV, on Rupert Murdoch's Fox News, telling people, essentially, that it is a plot to, I've got no idea, come and take your guns. So they're really up against it in America, and yet they've done... Joe Biden has done fantastically well. And it's not just them. India's done 180 million. China, 381 million. So how come we've only managed, if we're supposed to be the best in the world, 55? 19.3 million fully vaccinated. I think that the reason why the government are trumpeting it so much is because they are fully aware that it's the only thing that they've got even remotely right. So they would prefer that you don't compare ourselves to other countries that have done apparently much better. It's weird that America, which is characterized by vast open prairies, enormous spaces where people are strewed very sparsely, they've done significantly better than us. But with everything else that they've got going against them, this massive resistance that they have, that right-wingers have in America to anything that smacks of a communist virus, which has been given out free, so, taints of socialism there.
Oh, no.
And everything that goes with that. That they've done so much better than us. I don't get why it's been so slow. Perhaps there is a reason for it. It's probably Jeremy Corbyn's fault. Thanks a lot, Jezza. This says, stop being a numpty. I absolutely will not do that. Stop being a numpty. America have distributed more vaccines because they are using what they have made internally. The UK doesn't make its own internal vaccine, says that person in a state of high agitation, who could have just looked it up and then they wouldn't themselves look like a numpty. You know the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine? Can you guess where they make it? The Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine? Any clues there at all? The Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine? Any idea at all? No? Paul in Brighton says the difference between a million and a billion is a million seconds is 11 days and a billion seconds is 31 years. That's about right, yeah. I'm going to mention that pretty much every show I ever say the word billion or million. Because people think a billion, it's just a little bit more than a million. You can more or less imagine what £1 million is like. I mean, you could, I don't know whether you could stuff it in a suitcase, but it would make a small pile in the middle of the room. About not quite as big as a sofa, perhaps as big as an armchair, £1 million, in 50s, say. But a billion, that becomes a bit more amorphous. You don't really know how much that is. But you put it in seconds, and then it really becomes clear. It puts it into perspective. 1 million seconds is about 11 days, more or less, but 1 billion seconds is 31 years. Big difference, huge. That's why millionaires feel poor in the company of billionaires. And that's why Bodger doesn't want to pay for anything, because he thinks he's poor when he hangs around with, the billionaire party donors. He must feel so aggrieved. Never mind, Bodger. I'm sure the money will start really pouring in when you become an ex-Prime Minister. He'll be so happy you could barely count. East Dulwich. Hello, Pam.
Hi, Nick.
Pam.
How are you?
Great, mate.
Good. I've been listening to you, but I just think I went to have my second jab on Friday.
Oh, yeah.
And I went into the cubicle. There's 3 nurses standing there.
Mm.
One's asking me all the questions. Have you got this? Have you got that?
Yeah.
Okay. And then she has to get it approved by a doctor. And there was one doctor that was looking after about 40 cubicles. So you had to stand in the queue to wait to be approved, to be asked all these questions by a nurse, which I answered. But a doctor's got to approve it. And that's what's holding everything up, because we haven't got enough people approving things, so you can just go in, get your jab, get out again, and then the percentages will go up, won't it?
But this is your second jab.
This is my second jab, yeah.
Did you get all of that on your first jab?
No, I was in and out. On my second jab, absolute chaos. I walked in there, jam-packed full, waited for my name to be called. I walked into the queue.
Yeah.
Three nurses. I thought, why you got 3 nurses? One to ask the question, maybe one to do the jab.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? But she had to get it approved.
Approved by a doctor, yeah.
So she's just asked all these questions.
Well, I don't understand that, because, I mean, when I went...
St Thomas's?
Nobody asked me anything at all, apart from my name. What's your name and your date of birth? If you can repeat that with accuracy, then you get a jab.
No,
it was a very bizarre experience, though, because...
Have you been tested positive in the last 4 weeks?
Oh, that. Right.
Are you... I'm 62. Are you pregnant?
62 years old?
I thought, well, there's no chance of that. But I'm just thinking that if it was more organised, our percentages would go up.
Well, I don't think it's as disorganised as you're describing ordinarily. In fact, what I've heard from everybody that I know has had a jab is that it's extremely organised, it's very efficient, and they're in and they're out in a matter of minutes. I wish you all the best, Pam. Did you get any negative effects from it?
No,
nothing
okay,
at all. I felt a bit woozy, a bit lightheaded, and not in a good way. Groovy. Not like that. Yeah, I felt pretty rough for a couple of days on the second one. The first one didn't affect me at all, apart from a sore arm.
Stop whining.
All right, thanks a lot, Pam. My experience was a bit weird, because the nurse that gave me my second jab, she went over to the other side of the room where there were a lot of needles all out, which I didn't think was very... it didn't seem like good practice to me. I mean, just lying out with their pointy bits, out. And then she walked over to the other side of the room, picked one up, and then came over to me, and without breaking her stride or, stopping, just jabbed me in the arm while she was still moving. as though it was, like a mugging. It felt a bit more like a mugging than a medical procedure. And she didn't wipe me down either. You're supposed to get those alcohol cotton swabs on your arm. I mean, I don't know whether you're supposed to get one, but that's usually my experience. When somebody sticks something in your arm, they wipe it down. Didn't do that. And it was just... It felt like an attack, is what it felt like. Because she didn't stop. I mean, you'd think if you're going to inject somebody in the arm, you'd walk over to them, stop, steady yourself, pick a point, stick it in, and give them the jab. But no, she was still moving across the room as she was doing it. Very odd. Felt dreadful for a couple of days. Not that the two are necessarily connected, but, Paul in Brighton says the difference between... No, I read that. Mayank tweets, the UK has given 55 million jabs out of a population of 65 million. The US is at 140 million out of 332 million. Your percentage of vaccinated people is much higher than the US. There are simply 5 times more Americans than Brits. It's completely irrelevant. We're just talking about putting vaccines into arms. It's got no difference. It makes never mind about the percentage. It's not relevant to what we're talking about. It's just numbers. They've had 262 million doses in America. 262 million. We've had 55. Now, we've had at least as the same amount of time, and it's been easier here because there's less resistance and the people are more tightly packed together. I'm not saying that it's a disaster or a catastrophe or a bad result. I'm just saying that it's not. Let's stop pretending that we're the best in the world, because we're way behind America and China and India. All of these places. India, 180 million. The United States, 268 million. China, 381 million. And we're 55 million. That's not world-beating. Maidenhead. Hello, Beverly.
Hello,
Beverly.
Listen, you're a genius.
Well, that's not true.
You're absolutely right. We're using the wrong vaccine.
Are we?
Yes, definitely.
That's upsetting.
The phase 3 clinical trials for the AstraZeneca vaccine were carried out in South Africa and Brazil. With our population, there will be a large number of people that have got pre-existing antibodies that destroy that vaccine before it has a chance to do its job.
What's that mean? Pre-existing antibodies? Why would they destroy the vaccine?
Well, it's a bit complicated.
Oh, no. Can you simplify it for us?
I'll try to.
Do you have a medical background, Beverly?
I have a PhD in biochemistry.
Right, so, okay. Is that relevant to what we're talking about?
Yes.
All right,
It definitely is.
Okay, then.
The AstraZeneca vaccine uses a vector to get the gene that codes for the spike protein of the coronavirus into cells.
Is this you simplifying it for us?
It is. This is really simple. This is really, really simple.
Right, so what's your vector, Victor?
And your vector is like a Trojan horse that smuggles something in.
Is it? Okay, horses. I'm familiar with horses, yes.
And you will have, or a lot of us will have, antibodies before we're vaccinated that will smash that Trojan horse to bits.
Oh, poor horse.
So it's unable to smuggle in the stuff it's supposed to smuggle in.
Right.
So the vaccine will be ineffective for a lot of people. They'll be vaccinated, they'll think they're protected, and they won't have any antibodies to the coronavirus at all.
So are you telling me that if I go out from this building right now and lick a bus stop, that I won't be necessarily completely protected?
Virus on surfaces is completely irrelevant. I don't know why they've become obsessed with cleaning surfaces.
Well, I know I have.
It's a respiratory virus.
I clean them with my tongue. You know what a bus stop tastes like? It tastes a little bit like chicken, oddly. Here, Beverly, I'm going to have to go, but thanks for that.